It's Saturday night, June 28th, 2025. You're watching Co-op for Two. My name is Jesse. We're broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois, 10 p.m. Central Standard Time here. Let me check in with the chat, see how everyone is doing. We've got the hardcore detective box Woodlock University people in the channel. YouTube says 16 concurrent viewers. Last night we had an interesting experience. We finished box 2. We started box 3. We had a crash of the stream at some point, and then things really went wrong. Halfway into, well, the start of our box 3, we had audio problems, frame dropping, which we've had recently before when using the laptop. And I decided to take that opportunity to try to fix the problem and end the stream. So the last hour and a half of last night's stream is just me trying to fix things or understand what was going wrong. A little bit of a weird situation. Everyone was dismissed from class and I stayed to work on the projector. But I do believe that I have fixed the problem, or at least identified it and worked around it. I've made a couple changes to one of my plugins that switches audio sources. It's clearly an audio synchronization problem with OBS. But it may be triggered by the wireless Bluetooth earplugs and my little buttons for switching to them. So we'll see. Hopefully it's fixed. I've made a bunch of changes. Maybe everything is going to go wrong and blow up, but we're getting better at recovering from problems as well. And we know if the stream drops, just reload it and I can reconnect to it. So, I mean, the truth is that I watch a lot of YouTube. A lot of the media I consume is sort of cringe, watching for cringe purposes. And, you know, my favorite show is the British version of The Office. And there's a bunch of comedians like Tim Heidecker and who are really good at creating this cringe type of comedy. And there are a couple YouTube channels that, you know, I have to admit, you're sort of watching for the off chance that things will go wrong. I wonder, are there any YouTube channels, are there any YouTube content creators that specialize on finding the cringy live mistakes that happen? Like, I keep wondering, I'm going to spill my coffee I almost really just did it. Like, are there collections of just people spilling things by accident and doing stuff like that? Because I would watch that. I would watch that. It's not the most healthy thing. There's something a little bit unfortunate about it. Like, am I watching it to feel better about my own life? Like, there's some element of cringe humor that is not healthy, and that's the thing, like, oh, look at that, you know, at least I'm not as bad as that, or whatever. But I think there's also a very healthy aspect to that kind of humor, which is just realizing, you know, these things happen and we all get embarrassed and do things that would embarrass us. And there's some healthy aspect to it that's like, all right, learn to laugh at yourself. Don't take yourself so seriously. A big part of the problem in life is people taking themselves too seriously. That's my opinion. Anything else to talk about before we get started today? I suspect we will finish this box tonight, but if we don't, we'll continue tomorrow night. Sure, we will be done by tomorrow night, but I think probably tonight. Doris has already played this box. Doris, did you order it directly from the company in France? The copy we're playing today of Detective Box, this 3-box set from a French company, was sent to me by Stacy and Kelly. Stacy, who is on the Discord often for Caught for Two, is one of our, probably of everyone I've met, she has played the most of these games. She just chews through them. And she was really nice enough to send this along for us to play. So we should all thank Stacy for it. Went from Stacy to Kelly, then to us. And Doris is another one of these, not quite at Stacy's level, but I see Doris in the Puzzle People Facebook group, buying used games from people. That's a great place to buy used games, and buying and trying. Doris likes to try a lot of these more unusual mystery games, which is very cool. And so Doris has already played this one. You might think, from watching the playthrough so far, the past 4 parts, if you're just jumping around and watching me get angry at certain parts, you might think that I'm not having a good time with this box, or that I think it was Mystified who came in and helped me at one point. But the person was saying, look, Jesse, maybe you should stop playing this game if it's making you so angry, like if you're having such a bad time. And the truth is that I'm a big believer in sort of type 2 fun, which means you're not having fun at the moment, but you'll have fun looking back on it. But there is a lot to love about this game. And I am, you know, even though if you looked at the minutes, you might say, okay, 50% of the minutes spent playing this game are in anger and frustration. That's really not a true reflection of how I subjectively think of this game. I think of that even though the minutes might be spent banging our head against the wall. Really, it feels to me like that's a very small part of this experience. And I have been very impressed with this game. And in some ways, it's more interesting to play a game that's not perfect. You play a perfect game, it's fun in many ways, it's impressive, but it also leaves me feeling like, what is there to say about it? Like, it's great, the authors are operating at a level higher above, there's not that much to say, and it also creates a little bit of whether you want to call it jealousy or whatever. It's that feeling of like, oh, okay, I've read this amazing novel, there go my dreams of writing a novel. Like, if I can't write it as good as this, if I can't write Catch-22, why am I bothering? So there's something good about when a game isn't perfect, when it's got mistakes, then it gives us something interesting to talk about. Okay. If there's nothing else to say, let's talk about where we left off. In fact, I think a good place to recap is to watch this crazy intense boss of ours give us the recap for the current box. If you haven't watched us play the previous sessions, you should stop watching now. None of it will make sense. It'll be full of spoilers. And but for those of you who've been watching now, switching to the laptop, this is where all our problems started before, but I think we're going to be okay. Let's go up here and let's watch our crazy woman give us her recap. All right, let me know if the audio is no
Detective,
good here.
Raphael has been impressed with your latest findings. Well done. So, let's just go over everything to see where we currently stand with the case. Thanks to our questioning of Caroline Sheridan, as well as Henry's Sword of Damocles, we discovered that Henry had a secret relationship with a person called M.K. or Mary K. We were led to believe that they met in secret on Monday, October 15th. We were able to identify this person by analyzing the postcard. The tower in the background, the Cowboys logo, and the Texas sticker on the car window all suggested that the postcard had been sent from Dallas. When consulting the yearbook, we saw that only one student comes from Dallas: Kareem Collins. While being questioned, Kareem confirmed he'd been seeing Henry in secret. I also asked you to identify the person who wrote the congratulatory note found in Henry's backpack. To do this, you had to unlock Henry's voicemail. Fortunately, and thanks to Kareem, we discovered that Henry kept his passwords on small pieces of paper. And while looking inside his pen, we found his password, which gave us access to his voicemail. The voicemails threw up many interesting leads. Notably, a message from a certain Tom asking to meet Henry on the day of his murder. By retracing Henry's steps on that day, we discovered that he'd made an unforeseen detour to meet Thomas Young, his biological father. Mr. Young revealed that he'd recently reconnected with Henry and given him a watch to congratulate him for being selected for the White House internships. This was probably the watch that Henry was wearing at the time of his death, as Kareem mentioned when questioning. Another major breakthrough was related to Caroline, who spoke about a suspicious individual who she came across on the night of the murder. This encounter was recorded by accident. Despite Caroline not remembering the exact location of this, we were able to retrace her steps thanks to an exchange she had with Miss McCowie. Then, while searching Lake Pelosi, we found several knives, one of which we believe to have been discarded by the killer. We were able to identify the murder weapon by comparing the imprint on the knife's blade with the peculiar markings left near the body. We've included a photo of this in the latest box. Now to the suspects again. We know that Kareem also visited the scene of the crime that week, making him another suspect. However, thanks to the deposition from Caroline and Kareem's interrogation, we now know that Caroline was at the boathouse on Monday evening. The security system only has one entry locked for her ID card, and it wasn't on the night of the murder. What's more, as you well observed. Marie Grace's signature on her deposition looked similar to the signature of Artemis, a member of the Copper Circle. She only entered the building once that week and was there on Tuesday. She can't be the killer either. Finally, the number found on the wrapper of Henry's chewing gum was for the Woodlock Police Fraud Department. When we consulted the call registry, we learned that Arthur McDouglas is in fact Regan from the Copper Circle. Just like Marie Grace, he was also present at the Tuesday meeting, ruling them both out as suspects. And that's where we stand on this investigation. We've added Kareem to the list of suspects. But we can now remove Caroline, Marie, and Arthur from it. So, good luck with the rest of the investigation, Detective.
All right, so there's our recap of the case. Let's look and remind ourselves what came in box 3, because it's, on the face of it, it does not look like there's enough here to solve this case, which is a good feeling. New evidence, box 3 really brought some new ideas. I guess only Texans from Dallas. I don't remember where this Mari K was mentioned before the solution. Was it mentioned? Kareem Collins was in the yearbook from Texas, one of 3 people from Texas. So we asked our person to go interview all the people from Texas, and eventually they talked to him and he admitted it. So that was basically it. We just found the 3 people in Texas, and one of them, he's actually right next to our guy. Here, Kareem Collins. So notice MK, he initialized it MK. That was how you referred to him, and this guy, they referred to each other. He was referred to as MK. So when we did our first pass, we did not pay attention to him, and we overlooked. Eventually, we visited everyone in Texas with our interviewer, and when we did that, we finally got to interview him. Oh, where is he? I guess he's probably audio. There, Kareem Collins. When we talked to him, he came clean. And he admitted that he was seeing Henry just after my game with the Wildcats. Maybe we should listen to this again, since this guy is our new suspect, or he's trying to be framed by our suspect. Seems to us like there's some framing going on. Shall we listen to this? Let's listen to his statement again.
Hello, Mr. Collins. Could you confirm this postcard came from you?
Yes, that was me.
Why didn't you come forward earlier? You know that we're investigating a murder here?
I know. But I was scared because it was me he was coming to see that evening. I told myself that if you discovered our relationship, I'd become suspect number 1.
Your silence certainly doesn't help your case. Did you meet him on the night of the murder?
No, I didn't. We were meant to meet, but I was late. When I got there, he was on the floor covered in blood. I called the police as soon as I saw his body.
So he's our anonymous
you were
caller.
the anonymous call. Could you talk me through your evening? Please take your time.
Yes, that was me. I was going to meet Henry just after the game with the Wildcats, just like every Wednesday. But when I got out of the shower, someone had stolen my towel and all my clothes. I waited for everyone to leave before going to my locker, but I had no gear there either.
What time did you eventually arrive at Building 29?
I was about 30 minutes late. When I realized I wouldn't find my stuff, I quickly threw on some clothes from the lost and found and left. When I got there, I saw Henry's body. I panicked. I called the police and ran.
We'll need to check all this. Had you noticed anything strange with Henry recently?
We'd always meet on Mondays and Wednesdays. It was the only time I was free. He'd never missed one of our meets. But on Monday, he left me a voicemail telling me he couldn't meet, but he gave no explanation. I couldn't reach him afterwards. I thought we'd talk about it on Wednesday night.
Could that have triggered an outburst of anger?
Of course not. It wasn't like that between us. I was really worried. Maybe something happened with
Exactly. Why stay with his girlfriend if you had something special?
He wasn't ready to accept it all. He wanted to go into politics, and he was scared that his sexuality would ruin that. But he told me recently he was going to finally leave her.
But Caroline told us he was planning on ending things with you. That would give you a motive.
That's impossible. She didn't know about us. You're just trying to get me to fess up, but I'd never do anything like that.
The evidence will speak for itself. If you saw the body, you saw the message. Did those symbols mean anything to you?
No, they were just some strange symbols. But I did notice Henry was wearing a watch that I'd never seen before.
You mean it didn't belong to him?
Not that I know of. He was stressed about his student loan. There's no way he could have afforded a watch like that.
Interesting. One last thing. We'd like to access his voicemail, but it has a password. Do you have any idea what it could be?
I don't know the exact password, but he had a really bad memory for these types of things. So much so, I would see him hide notes to help him remember.
Okay. Thank you for your information, Mr. Collins. We'll be back later.
So a couple of things there, as has been pointed out by Jamie a couple times, that he says he got out of his meet and his clothing was gone. Someone had taken it, and his towel. And so he had to wear stuff from the lost and found. So that could be someone specifically took his clothing to make his late, as Anna says, or someone else said before that too. I think he mentions that he played soccer. Jamie says, considering Henry's path from the ID, Kareem is a soccer player. Is that how we know Kareem is a soccer player? I'm not sure that works. But I think he says he was a soccer player. Am I right? Okay, so I was going to meet Henry just after my game with the Wildcats. And remember, we've discovered a sock in Alex Hatcliffe's room, which is from the Wildcats. I think the Wildcats are the soccer team. I don't think the football team is called the Wildcats, but maybe we could confirm that. Henry was at the soccer field before the boathouse. Well, that's true. That's true. I don't know if that confirms that Kareem is a soccer player. It might even mean that Wildcats are both the soccer and football team, according to the school website. All right, so I think I'd like some confirmation then that Kareem is on the soccer team rather than the football team. But anyway, they always meet on Mondays and Fridays. We know why Henry told him why Henry called it off on Monday, because that's when the girlfriend discovered he was having an affair with someone because of Greg leaving her the note. Now, in our last box, let's go over what information we got. So we've got our 4 suspects: Matt Radley, the best friend, who we think we've matched his voice to the voice calling the police. So he's our number 1 suspect, clearly. But Matt Radley, Kareem Collins, this new boyfriend that we've discovered, Greg Scott, the arm wrestling champ he got kicked out of the Copper Circle, and Alex Hatkins, the sort of rival for political influence. We found this crumpled message written on the back of a first aid schedule reminder, and this was a bit of a confusing message. How long are you planning on lying for, you son of a bitch? Stay away from us, or I'll rat you out to Caro. So we have handwriting here. We should be able to confirm who this is, although this handwriting seems to be used by both MK and Matt. But it sounds more like it might be Matt, but I'm not so sure. And it's confusingly worded, but this was also a clue. We tracked this to the knife. We spoke to the first aid guy, who confirmed to us that only sophomores have access to that murder weapon knife, and they only have one of them. So we think that means that the killer is a sophomore, which was one of our questions. It certainly could be Greg talking about... We are told that 2 people got into a fight. In fact, we should probably put on our list to recheck. There's actually 2 things I want to check. We should recheck who got into a fight. Someone told us that there was a fight between Henry and someone else at the first aid meeting. And we know they had a first aid meeting on Wednesday. We don't know exactly. Well, okay, this was Wednesday then. All right, so we're told by someone that there was a fight at the first aid. I don't know if it was with Greg. It absolutely could have been. It might have been with Greg, in which case we understand this. Because, in fact, well, this is a bit problematic because someone says, I'll rat you out to Caro, but that did happen on Monday. So this might have been delivered not on Wednesday, but a brochure about the upcoming thing on Wednesday. So it might very well have been that this was given out the previous week, which is when this message was written. And in fact, Greg did do this. Certainly possible. So this wasn't delivered on Wednesday because that person has already read them out. Does anyone remember who had the fight at first aid? I think Arthur mentioned the fight, says Jamie. Okay, let's go confirm that. Well, I might as well do some of this stuff while we're here. So if we look in box 1 and 2 audio, let's find the conversation with Arthur. We'll just read it in the transcript. Let's see. Okay, when did you see him last? Yesterday. That would be, we had a first aid class in the afternoon. That's the Wednesday of the death. Was there any tension? Greg, he thought Henry had been hooking up with my sister. We know all about that. When did you see him last? Yesterday. He had a first aid. We had a first aid class. There was tension. I don't hang out with them. Who had tension? Greg. I'm not sure this is the part I'm thinking of. He does say there was tension at the first, he saw him at the first aid class, but I'm not sure if that was in fact all we got mentioned about there being a fight in first aid. I thought someone told us that there was an actual disagreement fight during first aid. Here's Greg admitting to having this problem with Henry. Student ID. Did you go to the boathouse? I left my jacket there. Could it have been Marie's statement? Where is Marie's statement? Why don't we have a statement from Marie? Is it physical? Wasn't Jenny, was it? I mean, all the sophomores had to do it, had to go to this first aid. I'm not sure why I don't even see Marie's statement here. Maybe we just have it in physical form. Marie was a paper copy. Okay. We can see if we can find that. I don't want us to get too caught up in this. So there's the first aid on Wednesday schedule. This is actually combination box 1 and box 2 stuff I can see. Have to be careful with that. This is Katrina's statement. Here's Marie's statement. Here it is, right here. Okay, you should also know things had been rocky between Matt, Henry, and Alex. They had a huge fight at the first aid course last Wednesday. Something to do with a watch. Matt, Henry, and Alex. Huh. Well, let's write that down so we don't forget it, because I think Matt has killed Henry and is trying to frame Alex. So this is interesting. All right, so it looks like it's good we tracked this down, because the conflict is not with Greg here. Now, the watch they're all talking about, we've tracked that down. It's a little bit of a red herring, but it was given to Henry by his biological father. Okay, that's kind of interesting. But let's return to our recap of evidence that we got in box 3. So we got the police scene of the crime and all items, not scene of the crime. They've searched the room, the suite where Henry Coleman, our victim, lived, and his suite mate's room, Alex. And they've recovered a whole bunch of stuff, including some bloody shoe prints. And that's what these documents are. So they've collected shoes belonging to Alex and our victim. They've seized a pen from Alex's desk, Greg Scott's desk, Kareem's desk, and Matt's desk. Here are our 4 suspects. Only Kareem, I guess they didn't seize his pen. And The reason that they're seizing all of these is because they want to help us track down who is Armstrong, who we think is Greg, but we're not sure about. And we're going to do that by using a chromatography test on the ink to find out who is member Armstrong. And I guess Kareem's pen wasn't taken because they're convinced he doesn't belong to this copper circle. Jamie reminds us of something very important. Marie and Matt are a couple. So this would absolutely make sense that Marie... No. Marie and Matt are a couple is true, but why would Matt be saying, leave us? Why are you lying? All right, we're going to have to come back to that. Let's move on from that. I'm just going to get in a rabbit hole if I spend too much time on that. Okay, so here we have a close-up view of the weapon where we identified the fleur-de-lis, which is how we tracked it to the first aid class, which is how we confirmed there's only one of these and it belongs to first aid and has been stolen. Alex makes a statement. She says, "You just collected a sock from under my bed, and I want to make clear it's not my sock. I've never seen it before. I don't know. I'm not connected to the soccer team," which is what this sock clearly has a marking that says it's part of the soccer team. So it seems to me like this may be Kareem's sock and maybe someone trying to frame Alex, or this is just Alex's explanation for it. Okay, and then we have a whole bunch of stuff related to the shoe prints. We have a way to match the look of shoes with their shoe prints, and in the police report there's more details about shoe prints. We can see they've got blood. We did match them to one specific shoe. This shoe right here, E2, is the print that's left in her room. And when we look at what those look like, they're pure white sneakers with perforated holes in the front, which we have not seen belonging to Alex or Henry Coleman. So that suggests the third person. Then we got two pieces of evidence that feel like they're probably related to solving this crossword puzzle. The crossword puzzle was found in whose room? It's element 18, which we're not told where it was found. How can that be? How can they have collected this but not tell us whose room it was? Maybe that's part of the puzzle. I think what we were, maybe it's here. Marker pen. Not sure why we're not told where they collected that crossword puzzle. Although bad police work happens all the time, that's completely reasonable. So anyway, what we're thinking is we know from our story that there's an issue with Matt finding the notebook. Note this is in a notebook belonging to Henry, and Henry getting scared about that. So what we're sort of suspecting is that this is going to be a sort of love letter from Kareem to Matt. Sorry, from Kareem to Henry, our victim. And what we think is that when we solve this puzzle, we're going to get the Facebook page for Kareem Collins. In fact, this might be Mari, M-A-R-I. What if it's Mari Kareem Collins? Karimcollin. Almost. What if he's saying his name is Mari Kareem, Karim Collins, Collin, but it's Collins, right? Not Collins, so that doesn't almost works unless he only spells it with one L. No, he doesn't. Okay, well, that was a good shot because we didn't see how otherwise anyone has this long a last name. Anyway, we think this is going to solve it. Will give us a Facebook page which we can actually visit, and I suspect it's going to give us an alibi for Kareem Collins, but also give us the thing that Matt found that made Matt upset. So it seems like maybe these, because this is a crossword puzzle that needs clues, it seems to us that these documents may have part of the answer. Well, maybe not this one, maybe just this one. There's some discussion that these are the parents of Henry, but I don't see how that's relevant to us, but these stuff may give us crossword puzzle stuff. And then we've also got this photo of Michelle Obama, and this is a little, there's some insight from the channel about what this is, but we found this is in Alex's room, right? Annotate photo of Michelle Obama is item 16, which is in Alex's room. Okay, and it's a letter from Alex's mother, it seems, or at least referring to Alex. I managed to convince the photographer to send me this photo of your sister, who must be here, Alex's sister. What a great memento. When will the third Hatkins be joining us? Now, that's an interesting comment. Is she talking about Alex having a baby? Or is she saying Alex is the third Hatcliffe? And when will the third Hatcliffe, Alex, be joining them in this political stuff? Michelle is so looking forward to meeting you. That seems to suggest that she's not talking about a baby, but Alex joining politics. And someone made an interesting point that this might suggest that Alex Hatcliffe is the connection to the White House intern group. And the group thinks that this is not referring to a baby, but to Alex. Okay, so this tells us that Alex Hatcliffe is the one with the political connections to get the internship. Assuming so, she has no motive. Right? She has no motive. She's not going to get in trouble and lose her internship. So I'm not sure what motive Alex has. We don't really have a great motive for Matt either, other than that he's possessive of Henry, and he might not have liked that Henry rebuffed him. Maybe Henry said to Matt, like, I'm not gay, I'm not getting into a relationship with you. And Matt didn't like it. Could the note be to Matt? Are you talking about this note? Surely not. You're probably jumping back to the first aid note, so we're not doing that now. So we have pens and strips. So one thing we can do here from today is figure out who's Armstrong. I think we're going to find that that's Henry, but that's a separate issue. The sock found under the bed, it's clearly a clue about the soccer team. We think maybe this is clothing stolen from Kareem meant to implicate him, although I guess maybe the idea is planted in Alex's room to make it look like Alex delayed Kareem, so she must be the killer. It looks like it's got a size here, but this is a very small size for an American size, but I suspect it's just a hasn't been localized in size. All right, so we're probably today going to want to do this crossword puzzle, visit the Facebook page. We can return to this and see if we can understand this a little bit more. We suspect Matt, but we don't have access to Matt's house. So we can't ask the search people to search it. But we do have a number of things we'd like to search for, like these shoes. So one of the things we can do on the online site is search for items. We'd like to search for the shoes, but how are we going to do that if we're not allowed to search for Matt's house? We could try searching for the shoes in the lake, but we already did that. Let's take a look at what questions it wants us to ask. This is where we got into a little bit of trouble. There seems to be only 2 questions. Who killed him? And the previous question, profile the murderer. Now, this is where we ran into trouble yesterday because this question seems so like we could take a guess at it. And we did, in fact, take a guess at it. Sophomore and right-handed based on the autopsy. But when we did guess this, it said, how do you know he's a sophomore? And that's what led us to talk to the first aid guy to confirm that. So it very well might be that the answer is this. And now that we've talked to the first aid guy, we can confirm it. But it doesn't feel like we've got other evidence that we need yet, but we don't know if that's going to unlock something. Do we know if anyone's left-handed or right-handed? Oh, that might be the other way we could rule out. In fact, I wonder if the photographs of the pens or anything could tell us who's right-handed or left-handed. I don't think look at this. Look at this. I don't think that occurred to us, but I wonder if we can't figure out handedness from these photos of someone. Like, look at the mouse. It didn't even occur to me till now, but look at the mouse here. I think we need to write down handedness. So Greg is right-handed. This is Greg Scott's desk. Now, what about Alex? Pen is put down to the right of the papers. That certainly seems like she's right-handed, right? Alex seems to be right-handed. But now look at Kareem. He's got his pen on his left-hand side of the page, and his food is to the left. That seems to suggest to me that he's left-handed, and his pens are in a cup all the way on the left. I don't know if that's particularly dispositive, but this, look at the angle of the spoon and fork on the plate. That's pretty clever. I think Kareem is left-handed. I wouldn't be surprised if his Facebook page doesn't show us that as well. What about Matt, who I suspect he's right-handed? All right, so 3 of them are right-handed. Kareem is left-handed. I think that's what's going to tell us that Kareem is not our killer. That's very clever. What do you call this in terms of hiding clues? It's when you present information that looks like it's to tell you one thing, but you've hidden an extra clue in it. This is clearly trying to show us where they found the pens and stuff, but it's actually secretly giving us more information. All right. So I think that's going to be relevant. Let me catch up with the chat. There seems to be some other discussion here. Okay. The shoe in the lake. I don't remember finding shoes in lake. I know I tried to search the lake for shoes. But it wouldn't find anything. When did we find a shoe in the lake? And then there's a very interesting discussion here between Jamie and Nelson. Nelson says, maybe we shouldn't focus on the color because maybe there's just one photo of the shoes, but we shouldn't assume that just because the photo is white, that all of the shoes in that model are white. Together with the knife, there were other items retrieved. Okay, let's go look at that then. I think that seems like it's worth looking at. So let's go look for the video of what they found in the lake. Okay, here's the knife that was found. Let's take a look. This could be another example of hiding information in one document.
Okay, I'm at Lake Pelosi. Look what the dive team found. This has taken all day. Well, we're not short on knives, are we? We're going to analyze them. I'll send on anything that I find. No doubt one of these is the murder weapon. I'll leave it up to you to work out which one it is.
All right, so that makes sense.
I'm at Lake Pelosi.
We have to remember that there's lots of stuff in this lake, but let's see if we can see where the other stuff is shown and see if there's anything relevant for us. Okay, so we've got some pants. What's this stuff? We've got shirt. I mean, this could be all of Kareem's clothing for all we know. A box of some sort. Take a screenshot of this. This looks like it's gonna be, I mean, a shoe would get dirty, but certainly feels like, let's remember that shirt too, in case it comes up in like that Facebook page. I don't see any blood on it. Notice the sand though, and we know there was sand on the shoe of the killer. So, or the person who went into Alex's room. So that would suggest that they were by the lake, one of the lakes. But I wonder if we're going to see someone in that shirt. And I don't know, that box could be old. I'd like to get a better look at that shoe, though. What do you notice? Anything? Is there anything to notice about that shoe? It's got at the tip of it a rubber tip. But other than that, it's kind of hard to make out. probably not our shoes. Think about it. Well, I don't know. I guess I shouldn't say that. But someone was clearly wearing those shoes into Alex's room. So it would be a little hard for them to be put into the lake, but all right. Now, there was one other thing I wanted to try to understand before we get started with this other stuff. I want to understand the weird comment that I think we got in box 2 about another ID being used. Does anyone remember that? Like, I assume that that's going to end up being Kareem's, but I really don't think I understand. I'm not sure we're going to be able to even find it. Was it in one of our welcome letters, though? This was our first box. There was something that I don't think we fully understood the meaning of. I don't think it's important anymore, but I just don't like leaving it out there. Like in the first box, we're told about the IDs, and then somewhere we're told that there's some extra ID that they didn't detect originally. Yes, okay, here it is. Help me understand this. It says you've already reviewed the ID cards used to access building 29. Unfortunately, campus security has informed me that one of these ID cards is missing from the report. The card in question does not match any others on the list. That means there has been a 9th person on the premises. We need you to identify this individual. So that sounds like it's Kareem. Okay. So we've solved that mystery. So Kareem was in the boathouse on that day, or at least that week, and that's that. That's done. That's solved. We don't have to find another person accessing it. There weren't any others accessing it. Okay. I guess that's why Kareem is still on our suspect list. All right. And we have seen the police records, assuming there are no new police records, which we checked and there aren't, then we do have a couple police mentions that we haven't connected to our case. It still feels like a little hard for us. It's a little hard for me to imagine. Did we check the archives for 1976? We certainly didn't. All right, so what Jamie is pointing out is we noticed that the archives let us search by year, and we had no reason to search anything but recent years, but here is Milton Weekly from 1976 that we found. Where did we find this old newspaper? The Milton Weekly, item 14, was found on Henry's desk. Yes, because I think it's related to this crossword puzzle. So I wouldn't be surprised if this crossword puzzle doesn't require us to search the police records to solve this. Anyway, let's not get sidetracked. So we have the pens we can do, and we can try to answer this question about the profile of the murderer, which might be our second to last question. It feels like we have enough to know this, and we're assuming this from the wound, unless we misunderstand something, but it feels like we have enough to know the answer to this. I'm going to go ahead and click confirm, because I think we know this based on the autopsy, and I don't feel like we should know this. Someone could have stolen the knife from someone else, but whoever stole the knife is surely a sophomore. I'm going to click this, and let's see what happens.
So,
Yes, okay.
the murderer is right-handed
So the murderer,
and a
you
sophomore.
can hear this.
Could this allow us to narrow down our list of suspects? One question remains, however. What was the motive? Identifying why Henry was murdered will undoubtedly provide us with the name of his killer.
All right. So we were right about that. The next question is our last question. Let's just look at it. Before wrapping up investigation, make sure you can answer the following questions. What was the motive? Why was the coded message that says snitch left near the body? Who wrote the anonymous note to Caroline and why? What evidence exonerates the other suspects? And then the only question we're being told to answer is who killed Henry. But it's just saying they're going to check if we understand it by saying who killed it. But we better know these other 4 questions, not just guess at this. Okay, so we still have some work ahead of us to do. Let's take our break here, and when we get back, we'll get to work resolving those questions, which involves, at the minimum, pen testing and solving the crossword, and then visiting the Facebook page. And then there'll be some more chat for us to do. I'll see you in 8 minutes. All right, we're back. Get this out of the way. The part that I'm most curious about is how we're going to do the final proof. Like, it doesn't feel like we have enough physical documents to do this. So I wonder if we're not going to have to figure out where to search to get more information, but we don't have to do that yet. And maybe we're wrong about Greg. Maybe Armstrong is really Matt. All right, well, let's do what we can do, and then we'll worry about that later. What would you guys rather do first, the pen test or the crossword? Feels like probably the pen test we should do first, right? All right, let's do our pen test. So we've got a whole bunch. Okay, so the game is nice enough to give us a whole bunch of these strips that we can use to test the pens. So it looks like they give you enough that you could pass this along. Maybe Stacy used up some of these already. Let's see if we need all of them, or let's see if we need a full one for each pen. So we've got 3 pens, they're numbered. Let's look at our pen chromatography. All right, so we're told about the analysis. Now, are we going to need water to activate this? Do I need to go get us some water? Methodology used, separation of ink in a saline solution. You may proceed with the chromatographic testing using the filter paper provided. So we've got 3 pens. The first 3 markers, marker 1 is from Alex. Marker 2 is from Matt. And marker 3 is from Greg Scott. So it's either going to be that when we draw this across, we see something, but I think we're going to have to dip it in water, don't you think? One paper, just write 1, 2, and 3. Are we going to need to do it in paper, though? Anna says you can use one paper. All right, let's just try it, and we'll go get the water if we need it. So pen 1. All right, we're clearly going to need water for this. Here's pen 2. Here's pen 3. So I don't know if I should have written them so close together, but okay, we're clearly going to need water for this. So I'm going to go get us some water. I don't have saline solution, but we'll try it. All right, let's see if we can make this work now. Not sure what the best way to do this is, but I guess what we're going to be looking for is what colors we get. Maybe only one of these will generate color. Let's see if we can do this without making a total mess. All right, I'll start with 3. Okay, so 3 looks like black ink. with a little bit of blue. Two. Black ink with a little bit of blue. Now we're getting into the one here. Well, this is problematic because one gives us nothing. So what am I supposed to do with this? Conclude that none of them did it? Conclude, no, nothing's dripping. Should we conclude that none of these pens were used? We do have one more pen, which was Henry's pen. It's not a marker, though. What do you guys make of this? Any thoughts about this situation? I suppose we could check Henry's pen. But Henry's pen was the ballpoint pen. Seems like it's not the same kind of thing. I don't see how this is going to do anything. Jonathan thinks we need to rub it more. We've also got this button we've never explained. Let's consider that. In fact, I think that should be on our to-do list. You think we need to rub it more? Let me first test this ballpoint pen. Okay, ballpoint pen didn't do anything. If I rub these, the paper is sort of disintegrating. I don't see any sign of any coloring matching this, anything even close to it. Soaking it in water, it's all black and blue. You need to smear the ink while it's still wet. I guess water doesn't work. Really? Surely. Okay. So let's talk a couple things here. First of all, this is my age-old complaint with the chat. I'll just repeat it again. I cannot tell the difference. Let me say it differently. You need to be very clear when you're writing something in the chat that's an idea that's got 10% confidence or something you know for sure. Because look at these comments I've got. Need to smear the ink while it's still wet. Does that mean, hey, I have an idea, maybe you need to smear the ink while it's still wet? Like Anna says, I guess water doesn't work. So Anna's presenting a theory that maybe water's not going to work and nothing's going to fix it. But then Perry has a statement that's like completely definitive. You need to smear the ink while it's still wet, which makes me think I just got to get it out and do it. Or is it just a little theory? Saline solution is salty water. Okay, so we could get some salty water. That certainly is feasible. Let's talk about a couple other things, though. We could almost certainly go to the hints and get an image without having to do anything more. There are enough sheets that I'd be tempted to try to do it again. You assume that this paper has salt on it. fact, I'm tempted to taste it to see, and that's why you don't need saline. Okay, well, it's not salty. So I would have thought that that's what they would do, that they would put paper in there that's infused with salt so that you wouldn't need saline. All right, we could certainly get some salt in the water and try again. Or we could just look it up with the hints. I guess I'd be willing to try again. I'm not sure. This paper obviously has a texture. It's something that is some special paper. All right, let me get some salt. We'll try it again. We'll try Perry's idea of smearing the ink while it's still wet. I'll use different pieces of paper. I'll cut the strip of paper, but we'll try it one more time. With salty water, with smearing. Smear the ink while it's still wet. It sounds like you want me to wet the paper and then write. I just hope that won't damage the marker ink. 3 is our most likely candidate. Test it first. All right. Well, let me go get some salty water and we'll try again. Okay, everyone seems like they think it's marker 3. Clean off piece of plate. All right, you all think it's marker 3. Let's not damage anything here. We've got our salty water. We've got our paintbrush here. All right, where is our paper? I'm going to take another sheet of paper from the middle, hopefully something that's got whatever is infused on it, if there is anything. Going to cut it so we don't ruin more than we need to. Here's our strip. You think it's marker 3. Everyone thinks we need to smear it. Not everyone thinks. Perry says smear it. So, okay, let's put some salty water on this and then we'll just draw on this while it's wet. Okay. Nothing. I mean, clearly nothing. Clearly not having a colorful reaction. That was 3. Anna is saying, don't smear it. All right. Is there any point in doing any more of these? That was marker 3. Let's do marker 1 again. With our salty water. Marker 1 is like steadfast, doesn't drip at all, doesn't spread at all. Let me try marker 2 now on this wet thing. Okay, there's no reaction. This is the supplied paper. This is the supplied paper. It's the second sheet of supplied paper. All right, so we have no reaction. So either something's broken or it's not the marker found on any of their desks, which is a weird thing. Any theories about what's going on here? Any theories about what's happened here? They've clearly gone to huge amount of trouble to give us 3 pens. The pens are clearly all working. There's ink in them. We've tried now with plain water with salty water on 2 separate sheets. We've tried soaking the sheets with the salty water. We've tried drawing on a wet sheet. It seems very clear that this should give us something. It's also clear it's not a deductive thing. John says, I think we're not doing the test right, but I think it should have given us clear instructions. Yeah, it hasn't given us any instructions. Anna says more salt. Yeah, this more salt thing is not right. I mean, it could be right, but I don't know what to. I don't want to keep doing this forever. So let's look at what the hints look like. So far, okay, so there's no hints on this. This is pretty terrible. Could it be under here? Or could clicking on this give us information we don't want? Boy, that's really bizarre. There's so much great about this game, but occasionally there are these really ridiculous problems that make no sense. Like, how do you not have a hint about this? I'm going to click on this. I really hope it doesn't give us information we don't want. Nope. Boy, this game. I feel like, you know what I think's happened? Someone has sabotaged this game. Like, I think it was written perfectly, and someone got hired by a rival company and has come in and deliberately created a couple of problems that are deliberately designed to make people have a bad time playing this game. It started out perfect. Someone has sabotaged it. Maybe her. Maybe this actress has sabotaged this game. All right, well... Okay, Jonathan is actually being smart. He said he went and researched what chromatography does. It says, put a small amount of ink, allow a solvent like water to move up the paper, carrying the ink's components with it at different rates. Ink one end of the paper, dip in water, withdraw. Salty water should be saturated. Boy. Okay. Well, that's really not a clear statement. Small amount of ink on special chromatography paper. Allow a solvent to move up the paper, carrying the ink's components at different rates. All right, let's try it again. I wish it could be clearer, but it's one of these things where maybe you think you're being unambiguous. All right, let's try it. So you guys still thought it was 3. So here's marker 3. I will put a lot of ink on the page. All right, now let's dip it in water. You can't really see it. Just dip the edge of it and let the water move up the page. I mean, this is more interesting in terms of what kinds of results we're getting. I guess this idea of doing this properly makes some sense. Okay. Really could have used some explanation for how to do this, but this is definitely more interesting. So I've just dumped the tip of it, and you can see what Jonathan said seems to be happening. It seems to be bringing these items up at a different rate. So look. That now starting to look a little closer to this. Turn the paper upside down. Okay, not clear, guys. Not clear. You think you're being clear, but you're not. Because I don't know when you're talking about. Do you mean you want me to hold it? I mean, this seems to have been working, letting it soak in. But now you seem to be saying you want me to hold it upside down to let the water drip. All right, well, here's clearly one that looks a little bit closer to this, but now that's going to depend on how the others turn out. So this was pen 3. Let's see if maybe the others won't have any effect like this, hopefully. But if they have similar effects, then we've got the same problem. All right. It would be nice if we didn't ruin all of these pages, all of these papers for Stacy. All right, let's try it again. Now we'll do marker 1, which we seem to have a lot of. I'm going to do it in the same way. Dip it in, let it soak into the paper. Was marker 1 the one where nothing is happening? Yeah, nothing is happening with this one. The water is soaking up. It doesn't seem to be doing anything. Okay, that was marker 1. All right, well, that's a big difference. I guess you guys were right about noticing 3. All right, let's try 2 now. Plenty of ink here. All right, let's see if 2 does anything. So 2 is doing a little bit, actually. 2 is bleeding. Very similar to 3. All right, here's the part about flipping it upside down you guys wanted me to do. I don't know if that's going to do anything, but I don't know if you can see, but it's actually pretty close to our first one, to 3. I'm not sure you could, I'm really not sure that you could make the case that one looks better than the other. These two look very similar qualitatively. I mean, how are we supposed to choose one over the other? Well, yeah, there's more blue on 3, but there's so many room for variations. This might just be because there's more ink on the page. I just don't know how you would choose between 2 and 3. They look qualitatively identical, and both look very different from the sample. Maybe it's enough to exclude one of the pens. That's a pretty interesting thing. It certainly seems to suggest that, okay, very good. Okay, so we should have read this more carefully, but look. Compare the findings to our lab to determine who is, or at least who is definitely not. Okay, so very good. Thank you. Very good idea. So that was enough of a hint to suggest that maybe this is by design. We can rule out 1, but we can't rule out 2 and 3. I like it. That makes sense to me. So we know it's not Alex that wrote this note. Although that doesn't seem to help us much. Like, we don't necessarily think that the killer is the one that wrote the note. Or at least we're not convinced of it. So I'm not sure this helps us that much. But okay, our long national nightmare of chromatography is over. And we're using it to rule out number 1. And nothing more. Rules out Alex. So it could still be Greg, which was our conclusion originally, and it could still be from Matt. Now, can I point something out? Pen 1, oh, that's the one we ruled out. I was going to say 1 is thick. We could rule it out just on the thickness. but actually our two candidate pens left over are both thin. Is there any distinction between them, though, that we might? Not really. All right. So I think that's done. I think we've accomplished it. I think we were only meant to be able to rule out 2. Thank you for your help with the chromatography. Not terrifically well done. I guess they get credit for trying something different, though. So we've ruled out Alex as the writer of the note, but we're not even convinced that the writer of the note is the killer. Jamie says Greg should be ruled out because he's not a sophomore. Well, that's a very good point. That's a very good point, but he's not ruled out from being the writer of the note. Yeah. So it still could be Greg that's writing the note, but I suppose that doesn't really matter to us. I don't know why even decoding the note writer makes any difference unless we think the note writer is the killer. But maybe that's just what this whole puzzle was trying to teach us, that we should conclude that the note writer is Greg and he's not the killer. It is weird, though, that we're not being asked to answer the question about the note. But maybe we can come back to that. All right, that seems... Also, we don't have Alex ruled out as the killer. We have Alex ruled out as the note writer, but not the killer. So Alex could still be our killer for all we know. All right, let's do our crossword puzzle. Let's do our crossword puzzle. And then we'll go from there. All right, so if I had been smart, I would make a copy of this, but I didn't. But we still need to, because a scan would be nice to write in, but we'll just make a copy of this. It would be nicer if we had bigger paper. Yeah, flustered here. Could we use the transparency? Actually, that is not a bad idea. Let's do our transparency. Okay, good idea. All right, can we see this okay? Let's do it. All right. Let's do our crossword puzzle. Let's treat it as a proper puzzle and solve the whole thing. Okay, founder of the North Gazette, who went missing after its first number. All right, so that's not the Milton Weekly. I bet we can use our police records to do this. The North Gazette is going to be from our previous box newspaper. North Gazette? Since 1982. So we're going to look up our police records for 1982 to find the founder. That's surely what's going to happen here. So if we go to our police records, and it says he went missing, so probably we want missing persons, and we want the year 1982. Cute. Very cute. Woodlock University reported the disappearance of one of its students, Miss Con Levin. Records show victim made several calls to the station. She reported feeling as if she were being followed, noticed her belongings go unexplainably missing. Student had been working for months to set up a student newspaper featuring campus news and investigative journalism. Her disappearance coincides with the first number of the paper, the North Gazette. In it, she reported a secret society. Oh, cool. It ties into our case. A secret society known as the Copper Circle, claiming to have discovered secrets that would lead to many compromising situations for many powerful people. No evidence has been found to support these claims. There's nothing to suggest that this Copper Circle actually exists. Okay, that's pretty cool. No note or warning. All her belongings. So they don't give you a warning when they disappear you. Probably the Copper Circle did get rid of her. Okay, here's our victim, Camelia Con Levin. All right, that was pretty cool. All right, so one across is Camelia Con Levin. Is this our one across? Is that one? I guess it's here. So what are we putting in here? Con Levin, Kahn dash Levin. Yes. Kahn dash Levin. Camelia Con Levin. Fun. Okay. Two across. Girl who acts like she's not interested in you, but really is. I suspect this is Alex. I suspect we're going to be told here that Alex kind of likes Henry. But I'm not sure that we have enough information for this, because this could also be the girlfriend's friend. No, that's Jenny. So I think this is going to be Alex, but I'm a little hesitant to write it in. Let me just see something. We write. Can we erase with these? Sort of. All right. Well, let's pencil in Alex then. I'm guessing it's Alex based on narrative idea. Okay. Or Marie. Marie won't fit. Woodlock's country of origin. 3 across. That's here. Woodlock's country of origin. I think, are we thinking that it's Canada? Is that why? With links to its founder, Charles Woodlock, his character has long remained shrouded in mystery, affiliated with the Knights Templar. Greta Coleman was returning to Milton, Canada. That's our guy is from Canada. But I thought we heard that Woodlock, probably it's in one of our documents, but I feel like only Canada fits. I could be wrong. Let's see. Um, we do have the website of Woodlock University. Cyprus. Cyprus. Well, Cyprus does fit. It's good if I didn't pencil in Canada. Let's go to our website. Okay, here's Woodlock University, our history. Grew up in the French capital at the heart of a humble family. French mother and Cypriot father. What is Woodlock's country of origin? So France works too. Grew up in the French capital. So it sounds like it's France. Sounds like the answer is France, not Cyprus. Okay, you've got to give me information about where you're finding this. His father's native country is Cyprus. You can't just give me an answer. You've got to tell me where you found it, and it can't just be website. Born in Limassol. Okay, what country is Limassol in? Cyprus. There's the answer. Born in Cyprus. His country of origin. I think that makes it Cyprus. That's a little tricky, but okay, I think it's Cyprus. We could always make a note that it's either Cyprus or France. We could always change this to France if we need to, if we get stuck. Okay, 6 across. Place where the water is always flowing. Don't know. Cause of your red rash in the first week of class. I swear it wasn't noticeable. That's interesting. Do we know I don't remember that. 6 across, fountain, Fountain. It certainly seems like fountain is a good answer. In fact, that's too good not to put. What would have been his cause of red rash in first week of classes? Did we hear about that? And we can just skip it. Don't forget, it's legal in crosswords to just put things off for a minute. So let's look at vertical. Our dean's favorite author. Our dean's favorite author. That one sounds a little bit familiar. Did we discover that in the office? Feels like we might have discovered that in the office. Well, maybe the channel knows. Okay. Dumas, because he goes by the artangent. Okay. So I think that's a very good guess. The author of the Three Musketeers. Where is our 4 down? 5 down, 12 down. Why is there not a 4 down? What's happening? What's going on here? All right, stop. What's happening? There's a 5 down and a 12 down, but here we have a 4 down and a 5 down. Maybe this should say 12 down. Oh, I see. It's the 12 of letter. It's not 4 down. It is 4 down. Okay, so then either Fountain's wrong or Dumas is wrong. If we think Dumas, then Fountain might be wrong. If we think this is Dumas, then we need another word for fountain, another word for 6 across where the water is always flowing. Could be in one of our clues. What about the, so we think this is not, oh, sorry. No, we found out the reason for that because I was reading the 12, but it's really this tiny little thing which must say 4. Yeah, I guess it does. Okay, so what do we think 5 down would be? Mandrake. I think you're right. Which also matches Fountain. Maybe Dumas is wrong. Okay, so if this is Mandrake, I'll just point out that this is consistent with Fountain. Funtain. Boy, that really makes it seem like 6 across is Fountain. I don't know if we should assume it's Dumas. That might be trying to trick us. Where do we hear about the dean? Let's see if we interviewed him at some point, or can we just look in that president's room? So did we talk to him? Did we try to talk to him? Surely we tried to talk to him. And it said he was too busy. The headquarters wasn't what we wanted. Let's take a look at this for a second. Seven across is the rash, but we don't need to know that to answer anything. So we can throw out 7, but we do need, it's either Fountain, okay, well, or Dumas. That's okay. Let's just fill in the letters we have and we'll see which one makes more sense. So 1, where's our number 1? Here. That's K. 2 is A. This is going to be maybe the Kareem, as we suspected. 3 is our Mr. Is that a 3? Or is that a 9? 3 is R. Okay. 4 is, we're not sure, but could be N if it's Fountain. But let's skip it for now. 5 is C. 6 is H. 7 is what? 7 is E. 8 is R. 9 we're not sure of. Could be T. 10 is Y. 11 is dash. So this is surely going to be an R. So it's not fountain. This is going to be cherry. So this is going to be an R here. Rain, something rain? Or waterfall? Something rain, probably. Okay, anyway, let's keep going. 12 is, we think D, but might not be. 13 we think is A, but might not be. 14 is surely M. 15 is N. Okay, so this is Dumas because this is surely dam. And where's our 4? So we're not sure. We are sure about this, but we aren't sure of 9, 8, 9, 4. Those are the only two. Okay, so this is probably an R for cherry dam, and this is probably an I. This is probably an R. And this is probably an N for rain, if I had to guess. And then what would this be? So we're going to search for Facebook for this person, but I should probably make clear which letters we're not sure about. So if I had to guess that's an R and that's an N. For rain. But that could be wrong. Certainly this N could be wrong. Probably this is an R. Any theories about a place where the water is always flowing? Remember that this is not necessarily an N and this is not necessarily an R. I mean, we could certainly do a Facebook search for this, but I'd rather us get 6 across right. So the question is whether there's two possibilities. Either this is a riddle or it's some information in one of our documents. What were the names of the lakes on the map? So Jamie is pursuing the idea that it's a real answer. Cornwall Lake and Pelosi Lake. So clearly not them. There is the fountain, but we know the answer is not fountain. Place where the water is always falling. If it's just a general rule, riddle. R-A-I-N, that's my guess, that this is rain. Could it be drain? Something drain, mud drain? Water is always flowing like a waterfall. Drain, D-R-A-I-N would work, but then you need a three-letter prefix to drain. Mud drain. El Dorado is the name of the fountain. Oh, that's a good catch. That's a very good catch. Okay, so it wasn't a general riddle. It was to do with the map, and someone spotted that El Dorado fountain. So it was fountain, but a specific fountain. Okay, so if we put in El Dorado, we do get our R as we expected, but we don't get an N here. We get an O. Okay, Caro Cherry Dam. All right, now we expect, good job team and Marco. All right, so now we expect to be able to go to Facebook and search for Caro Cherry Dam. Caro Cherry Dam is on Facebook. Let's see if it'll show it to me. Ah. Okay. Whoop. Friends with Arthur McDouglas and Matt Rara, who could be Matt Radley. And here's Henry Coleman. Holy cow, look at this. Okay, so Caro Cherry Dam is with Henry. But this is the day after our murder. This will never feel real. Fly high. Okay, she's posting it after he's murdered, this photograph she has of him. No one else can make me feel the colors that you bring. Stay with me while we grow old and we will live each day in spring. When is she writing this? Ugh, the day before he was killed. Loving you has made my life so beautiful. Every day of my life is filled with loving you. I see your soul come shining through. Wow. She got together with Henry. Wow. Here she is. So now we know that's Jenny because, wow, this just got serious. Caro is Caroline, not Jenny. Okay, good. That makes more sense. So this is his actual girlfriend, Caroline. All right, boy, you got it scared us for a second there. Okay, so yeah, all right, hold on. Let's take it one thing at a time. We've got all the rest of the friends to visit here, but one step at a time. So Caro is Caroline. Okay, and so Caroline has written this note to him. This is how they first got together, I guess. And we shouldn't be sure about Alex, but it looks like that guess was right because that's an A. Okay, that's all right. That's all right. I'm very guilty of doing those things myself, jumping to conclusions. Okay, but Caroline. All right, so here's Carolyn's photos. Now, Carolyn is not one of our suspects But let's just look at her Facebook feed. Here is a picture of her mother in May she posted. Here she's posted some photos of Autumn. Here's her cat. All right. So there's Carolyn. Let's look at all her photos in case we missed anything. No. She likes English literature. Any videos? No. Any check-ins? No. Okay, let's not worry about that unless we have any reason to. Okay, there's her about. All right, so let's take a look now at, looks like just people who have played the game probably are following her. All right, let's look at her friends now. We've got Henry Coleman. We've got Matt Rara, who's surely Matt Radley, Henry's best friend. And we've got Arthur McDouglas. So let's start by looking at Henry's page. Okay, now we got confirmation that Henry is Gandalf. He likes Lord of the Rings. Here he is together with Caroline. And here he is with Matt Radley. Now, what we should be looking for is red buttons and white baklavas. So maybe the white baklava is a red herring and it's really this white wool sweater. Here's Caroline with Henry. Who's that? There's Katrina. I think it could be a sister, but I think, doesn't that look like Katrina? Does it say? Yeah, it's Katrina. It's Katrina, another girl in the circle. Notice no red buttons. That's Henry with Katrina. Two of them are in the circle together. Matt Radley also in the circle together with the white wool sweater. And with Caroline having a good time. All right, so that's his photos. Here he is pretending to be Gandalf. Now you shall not pass. Ah, here's with Alex, his roommate. What do we see with Alex with a big knife here? Let's just take a look at this. There's Alex. Having fun with him. No buttons, but she looks like she's trying to win him over. Okay, that's just her style. All right, there's they got a bottle of gin here. She's cutting some food up, but I don't see any clues for us. October 2nd, 2011. That's a year ago. Anything else that we want to look at on his page? Lord of the Rings trilogy. Carol, Matt. All right, next up, let's look at Arthur, who we don't think is a suspect. Okay, we know he's Reagan. We already knew that. This is good confirmation. Obama. Okay, he's got wearing his politics on his sleeve. Here he loves Ronald Reagan Airport or something. What is this? He went on vacation here. The beach. We don't suspect him of anything anyway, but here he is on a boat. Harris with the family. There's his sister, Katrina. Anyone wearing anything we care about? Anyone missing red buttons? No. All right. Doesn't look like there's anything serious we got to check into. He has no friends, no videos. We looked at his posts. Okay. So let's go back. Last up is Matt, our prime suspect. Anna's like, I just want to look at Matt. All right, let's look at Matt. With great power comes great responsibility. Can we actually message him? All right, let's see. Let's see all his photos. Okay, there's the picture of Henry's parents. When you come across a photo of your dad, whoa, what? It's Matt's dad? Did Henry do this? No, but we do this. All right. Like where? Anyway, so are they brothers? That's why he was so possessive? And then Nelson's thought he saw our sneakers. Whoa. Those do look like our sneakers. Good catch. Those are our sneakers. Good catch, Nelson. Very good catch. Okay, so it all came together. Boy, I'm not sure I ever would have noticed that. Okay, those are the sneakers with the perforated tops. And that's why they had the fight about the watch. Remember, told they had this fight about the watch, but we know that he got the watch from his biological father. So proud of you. But we didn't realize why. Now we know why Matt would be so upset about it, because his father gave the watch to Henry. We don't even know that he knows Henry is the son, but probably he does, and that's why he's so possessive. That explains why, even though he's not gay, he was so protective, possessive about Henry. Wow, and you guys were really right to focus in on the importance of this. Being Tom and Michelle being his parents, and now we know they're brothers. Wow. And Nelson has caught this very subtle detail about the shoes. That's a very good catch. All right. Well, let's continue here. So this is a year before Henry. Well, no, a year before Henry's murdered. Wow. There he is wearing the sneakers. And maybe this is the white wool fibers, for all we know. The arrow looks like it's continued onto the newspaper. Let me see if I can see what you're talking about. Can you be more clear about that? Put the note with the arrow next to the parents' photo. That's an interesting point. You're saying, let me see if I understand what you're saying. You're saying what? That, no, you're not saying that one. You're saying this. I'm not sure what you're saying. I don't think it works. This is this. I mean, I do agree. This is awfully weird, but what's the theory? Oh, shit. You're saying this. How long were you planning on lying for, you son of a bitch? That is very nice. But boy, that's a weird thing that these would be connected. Like, I'm not sure how that happens. But so Matt is writing to Henry saying, stay away from our family? How long were you planning on lying for? Is he saying you were lying about being my brother? I'm not, this sort of goes against a little bit. So has nothing to do with the screen photo. But what is this? What's the meaning here? He's mad at, is Matt writing to Henry saying you're lying about, stay away from us, or I'll rat you out to Kara, which he does. Or we don't know. Yeah, it's a little confusing. I mean, surely Henry is the son of Tom. So we thought this was Greg and that he did rat him out. I'm a little confused. The ages don't match up for Tom to be the father. You've said that before. I don't know where you're getting that from. The 76 is when they were at prom together. We're not told when they had a baby. So it's an interesting idea that he would be lying, but you gotta come up with a much better explanation than the ages don't match up. That's a very important question. The father seems to accept that he's the son, so I don't see, that seems to invalidate any theory that the ages don't match up. Clearly the father would know. So you can't just say he was born. There's no reason to assume that because this article was in 76 that he was born in 76. That doesn't make sense. All we know is they were together in 76. We don't know when they got divorced unless you have some memory of some other document. But now this question about how long were you planning on lying for? So first of all, we don't know who wrote this note. We thought it was Greg just because he mentions ratting out, but we shouldn't jump to that conclusion. The handwriting looks like Matt, so it could be Matt, but what is Matt saying here? What is either Matt or Greg? The us seems to be, would make sense to be talking about, if it's Matt, about his family. And why would he rat out to Carol? I mean, if he's lying about being the son, which doesn't make sense, it's clear he's the son because the professor, Tom, wouldn't mistakenly accept him as son. And there would be no reason for him to do that. There would be no reason for Henry to lie about being his son. No reason. So I think it's more likely that Henry was lying to Matt and not telling him that he's related. If he was lying about being the son, he would tell his father and all that. It would not be that would not be an issue. How long were you planning on lying? So they're arguing about the watch. I think he's saying you're lying, you didn't tell me that you're my brother. That's weird, though. All right, let me look at the chat. Okay. Let's take a deep breath and read this. The ages don't match up for Tom being the father. All right, I've already commented about that being wrong. The father said he hasn't told Henry his family yet, so I guess Henry hasn't told Matt either. I think that makes sense. Matt knew the watch was from the father. When he sees Henry with the watch, he realizes Henry is his brother. That's not a bad idea. They have an argument. The line could be about being only a friend and not a brother. No, because the note is from before the 17th. The watch was given on the 17th. Okay, good point. So they can't have been arguing about the watch. No, they're arguing the day of the murder about the watch. But you think it's a note. I don't know that. I don't know that we know when this note was written on. So this note could have been written on the 17th for all we know. Jonathan says, I think the note's from Matt. I think Matt is in denial about Henry being his brother and is saying he's just making it up. That's a pretty good idea. Matt knows about the affair with Kareem. That's what he's threatening to tell Carol about. That makes sense. Note could have been written during the first aid course. Yes. Okay, Marco agrees with Jonathan. The note was written before the 15th. He saw the paper and wrote this note as a warning to Henry. So let's just address this for a second before I read the rest. About the note being written by the 14th, that wrote this note as a warning. Okay, so let's take a deep breath here for a second. We were thinking that this was written by Greg, threatening to rat out Henry to Caro, which he then does. That was what led us to believe that this note had to have been written before Monday, before the 15th. So we thought, okay, this got distributed early, and then Greg has threatened to reveal to Caro, and then does reveal to Caro. So that's what would lead you to believe this was written before the murder, before Monday even, when he did rat him out. But if this is a second person, if this is Matt threatening to tell Caroline, then it could be written on the day of the murder for all we know. So if this is Matt writing to Caroline, writing to Henry about Caroline, then he could have written this on the day of the murder. At the first aid meeting. So that's the only reason why we thought this had to have been written before October 17th, day of the murder, because we thought it was from Greg. It wouldn't make sense for Greg or whoever wrote the note to Caroline. It wouldn't make sense for that person to write this, but it would make sense for a different person to write this. Now there's some disagreement here. Let's see. Henry must have talked to Tom after something was written, which is why Matt told Carol. Okay, I'm not following that. Jonathan could be right. Father hasn't told family yet. When Henry told Matt, Matt thought Henry was lying. Nelson says, yes. Henry told Matt he's the son of Tom and got the watch as a gift. Matt doesn't believe him and threatens. But Jamie says Matt is Armstrong, not Greg. Nelson says maybe Jamie has a point because the note must have been written close to the newspaper in the dorm. Now Jonathan is changing, saying, I think you might be right, Jamie. Maybe the pen test was supposed to confirm Matt was Armstrong. We just didn't get a clear result. If we assume Matt is Armstrong, does everything fall into place? And it says, yeah, that's the other possibility, Matt being Armstrong. Yes. Okay. So if we jump to the conclusion about Greg leaving the note, what if it was always Matt? Then this would have been written prior to Monday. So let's assume Matt is Armstrong and that we just jump to the conclusion about the arm wrestling, which is a completely fair misdirection from the authors. So assume they have this conversation early. And remember, Matt found something in his room. Maybe this is what he found, or some information that he's the father, that he's the son. So he writes this note. How long are you planning on lying for? Stay away from us or I'll rat you out to Caro. And then he does rat him out to Caro. And then the same person who writes the note kills him. And we do think this matches Matt's handwriting. So if Matt wrote this note and wrote it prior to Monday, because Monday he does rat him out to Caro, what is he? We still don't know what he thinks he's lying about. He doesn't believe that he's related. Do we have a date for the parent photo on Facebook? Yes, 2011. It was a year before all this happened. Nelson says, I don't understand why Matt would be upset about the newspaper. He thinks Henry was hiding that he was the son. When Henry heard Matt was in his room, he freaked out. Now it makes sense. Matt might not believe. Anna, can you clarify what you're saying? Yes, if he discovered that it's still not clear what he found. If he found evidence that we don't have, like I thought this is what he found, but that clearly wouldn't upset Matt. But let's say he discovered evidence that Henry was his brother. Why would that make him so upset? I think this is a clue here. How long were you planning on lying? How long were you planning on lying? Not are you planning on lying? How long were you planning on lying? So does that mean Henry told him they were brothers? Why would that upset him? Stay away from us. So he could be saying, stay away from me and my father. But it doesn't really make sense, does it? Why is he upset? Because he's stealing his father's love? The father gave him a watch and didn't give one to Matt, so maybe Matt is jealous. But even so, he doesn't seem to be, he thinks he's lying. But is he saying that he was lying about not being the son? And now he's told him? And now he's saying, how long were you planning on lying for? See, this doesn't make sense about... Okay, let me just do one thing. Let me clear up one thing. One of the theories was that, I think Jonathan said, he doesn't believe Henry. But that doesn't make sense with this statement. He says, how long were you planning on lying? So he's complaining that Henry has now told him the truth, but he was lying before. So if Henry went and told him, hey, I'm your brother, then Matt could be upset, like, how long were you going to lie to me and pretend we weren't related? I'm mad at you. So that means he does believe him that he's the son. The alternative theory would be that Henry has just admitted, I'm not the son. And then Matt is saying, you've been lying this whole time, saying you are my brother, but you're not. But that doesn't really make sense, because if he was just admitting to Matt that he's not really the brother, then he would be staying away from them. So it must be that Henry didn't tell Matt that they were brothers. And then all of a sudden he's told Matt we're brothers, and Matt is upset that he hasn't told him sooner. So I don't think this point about Matt might not believe Henry is his brother, I don't think that makes sense with what we've just read. Because he's clearly saying that he used to lie and now he's told the truth, or now they've discovered the truth. So it's not that he doesn't believe something. Alex said Henry freaked out a few weeks before his death when he learned Matt was in their room. That's right. I didn't understand why Matt was freaking out about the fact that his best friend was in his room. That's not what happened. I got to skip that statement. That's not reality. Henry was upset. Matt wasn't freaking out. Okay. Nelson says, I think Henry did not say, which is why he says he was lying. But then he finds out in the newspaper that they are brothers. I agree, but I agree with Nelson. It doesn't seem like a reason for him to be upset. I agree with that. Are we sure Matt was recognized by his father? Did they have the same surname? Okay, that statement's not clear. Anna says, pretending to be Matt's friend. That doesn't make sense. You can't pretend to be someone's friend unless it was revealed you were double-crossing them. We have no sign of that. I think the watch is the reason for him to be upset, as the father was preferring the newfound brother. That's possible. I think the reason Matt is mad enough to murder Henry is he does rat Henry out to Caroline. Henry gets Matt kicked out of the Copper Circle. Yes, that is certainly a possibility. That the sequence of events are Matt gets angry at Henry for some kind of lying, about not being the son or being the son. Then Matt reveals to Caroline about the affair. Then Henry gets him kicked out, and he gets so angry about being kicked out that he kills the brother he's jealous of. And maybe Henry was trying to conceal the fact that he's brothers with Matt. Like, he never told Matt, which is what he was panicked about a couple weeks ago when Matt was in his room looking at his notebook, because maybe in his notebook was notes that said he's the son of Tom. So he's afraid Matt's going to figure out that he's the son of Tom. We don't know why he's not telling Matt. But that would be something that Matt could be upset about. Why didn't you tell me sooner that we're brothers? It just seems very weird. Like, if that's the theory, it's completely reasonable to say that when Henry got him kicked out, he got so angry about losing his political position that he murdered him. But I have a very hard time conceiving of this situation. Imagine they're very good friends, best friends. We're told Matt is a little possessive of him. Now Matt learns that they're half brothers. So once he learned that, you could see how he would be upset. He'd be like, why have you hid this from me for so long? But then why would he say, stay away from us? Like, is he just jealous of his father's love so much that he doesn't want his best friend to turn out to be his brother? I just don't. It's pretty hard. It's hard for me to. It's hard for me to imagine Matt being so mad at Henry and wanting him to stay away. Wouldn't he want a brother? Are we misunderstanding something about this being Matt's? When you come across a photo of your dad back at high school, it says Matt. And that's clearly the same photo of Tom and Michelle. Let me ask you something. How do we know that this Tom, I think it is, but how do we know that this Tom is the same father? Like, we're told from the newspaper that this is Tom and Michelle. How do we know that this is Tom and Michelle? How do we know? Okay, we know that the father has acknowledged that Henry is his son. but do we know for sure that this Tom is the same Tom that we talked to? Okay, here's Thomas Young. So let's just stop for a second. Thomas Young, who has a different last name than Matt. Boy, that's a little confusing. Old watch my father gave me. Being his oldest son and all, it's very sentimental. I wanted to carry on the tradition. Henry was my biological son. A few years back, I'd become a professor. That's why he chose Woodlock. My family still doesn't know. I was going to tell them, but with my new book coming out, I was so stressed. I want it to be released first. Ellen Carter was helping me. She can testify. We did talk to Ellen Carter. He was happy, touched by my gift. Why on earth does he have a different name than... Is it possible that Matt is not saying this guy is his father, but is talking about Henry? We know he's the murderer. Those shoes, 100%. And he posted this after he died. We still never found the connection to the button. That's something we've missed. You never said you were a brand of tent camping trip next weekend. Best thing about family is me, of course. A song that defines me is Lose Yourself. Henry looks just like Tom. Maybe Matt was referring to Henry discovering the image. Why would Matt post it then? Sounds like Matt is another illegitimate son of the professor. I don't think that's right. He says, does he say your parents? When you come across a photo of your dad, okay, so he doesn't say parents, so just his dad. So that's not his mother. Michelle and Tom were crowned. All right. He wanted to look at the statement from the mother. I wonder what that red button is from. Okay, so actually Michelle is Henry's mother. So this is Tom and Michelle, but maybe not Matt's mother. Why did Henry choose Woodlock? That's always a mystery. Woodlock's a great school. It was so far away from home, out of our budget. She doesn't mention. Oh, maybe this. Oh, I see. So this is a Canadian newspaper, but so this is not from Woodlock. This is from Canada, where she went to school. Okay, we're a family of four, nothing out of the ordinary. I raised Henry as a single mother, which wasn't easy. His stepdad walked into our lives while Henry was still young. He raised him like our own son. His biological father wanted nothing to do with Henry, so I cut off all contact. Truth be told, I couldn't even tell you where he lives now. Henry never met him. Okay, well, now we know he moved to Woodlock. Okay, and this is our Canadian newspaper. And Matt has come across it somehow. Let me see here for a second what it asks us to. Oh, let's look at this first. He gives it to his oldest son. Matt could certainly be jealous about it. I want to look at this question where it's suggesting we know the answers to. What was the motive for murder? Why was the coded message left near the body? Who wrote the anonymous note to Caroline and why? What evidence exonerates the other suspects? So I suppose we don't quite have answers to all that. All right, let's. Oh, we've been playing for an hour and 45 minutes without taking a break. All right, we need to take a break. Let's take a break. We'll come back. We'll discuss things. What I think we should focus on is exonerating our suspects because it feels like we don't quite know. We have some debate now about who wrote the note. And that is problematic for that. All right, I'll see you in 8 minutes. We are back, ready to wrap up this case pretty much, but there's still a little bit of debate. So let's catch up with the chat here for a bit. First of all, Jonathan says the Facebook photo tells us a little bit of a clue of Alex's handedness. So, where did we see the picture with Alex? Okay, so Jonathan points out that Alex here is cutting with her left hand, so suggesting she's left-handed, which sort of invalidates our photo figuring out that she's right-handed, but okay, so she's left-handed, so she can't be the killer. Let's do that. So we've ruled out Alex and Kareem as being left-handed. So it has to be Matt or Greg, and Greg is not a sophomore, so we think it can't be him, so that leaves us with Matt. But we have a ton of other evidence that seems to prove Matt is the killer. So there's no doubt Matt is the killer. Like, we've seen him, we've seen the killer's shoes, we've got the basics of a motive. He's clearly the killer. He's got the only key into the suite, so he could have snuck in there and planted evidence. It's very clear that Matt is the killer, the voice match, everything. The dilemma we have is understanding the complete motive. Okay, we got a bit of a theory about the jealousy. Now, why was the coded message snitch left near the body? So, under our current working theory, this isn't meant to frame someone. It actually is telling the truth that he's mad that he got called out. That feels not right to me, but okay, it's possible. Now, the part we've been struggling a little bit about being sure about is who wrote the anonymous note and why. So what evidence exonerates the other suspects? We know that answer. It's the handedness and the sophomore stuff. But there's two possibilities for the note. One is it's written by Matt, who's the killer. And that seems to rely on Matt being Armstrong. So one possibility is Matt is Armstrong. That's consistent with the threat here being made by the person who actually did follow up and did write the note to Caro. And the fact that he's citing this seems clear that it would have to be Matt. So it feels to me like this has to be Matt. We don't understand fully, but the handwriting matches Matt. He's the only one who would know the significance of this. Unless there's something, unless it's like Henry's writing this. But okay, we think this is Matt. Writing this, but that's not the exact same thing as saying that Matt is the writer of the anonymous note to Caro. It's possible, although it seems unlikely, but it's possible that this was written long ago and he's not the same person who actually did rat out Henry to Caro. The pen points to Matt. The pen points to Matt and Greg. That's right. So this seems to be our big question that we don't know is the anonymous, which we know is Armstrong. Is it Matt or is it Greg? That's the key. Who was the other? Well, we've never figured out the button. All right, who is the other name that we don't know? If Matt is Armstrong, then who is Greg? If Matt is Armstrong, then the other one is either Bach, Hepburn, which certainly seems like that would probably be a woman, or Jobs. The only reason we assumed it was Greg is because Armstrong with the arm. Otherwise, he doesn't have that big of a motive to write it. But I wonder if we can't catch Matt referring to space landing. Like if it's Armstrong, then it has to be if it's Armstrong, it has to be Neil Armstrong landing on the moon. Do we have any sign that Matt likes sports? You never said you were a brand of tent camping trip next week. He likes him so much. Why would he be upset that he's a brother? Why would he want it to stay away from him? That's so weird. But okay, he's jealous. There's his shoes. No sign that he's into space or Neil Armstrong. With great power comes great responsibility. Is that a quote from someone? Great power comes great responsibility. Who's that a quote from? Spider-Man? Okay, well, it's not Neil Armstrong. And we don't have a Facebook page for Greg. Here's the interview with Matt afterwards. He was my best friend, had been since the very first day. Henry volunteered to lend me his. We did everything together. I can't understand who would do this. He was a harmless guy. Things won't be the same. What was he doing? He told me he was meeting Caroline. We know he lied about his activity. We know he's lying. I mean, we know he's the murderer. We just don't know if he wrote the note. Just not sure he wrote the note. He's trying to pin it all on Alex. You should check out her room. I'm sure you won't be disappointed. Look at it. He's trying to frame Alex right here. Check out her room. He's trying to send the police to check out Alex's room so that they'll find this sock. Armstrong was a player for the Giants. Okay. So I mean, but that just confirms what we already know, that Matt is the killer. We just don't have good proof that he wrote the note, other than it's just a big coincidence that multiple of them, that two people would think of the same way of punishing Henry. Button doesn't help us solve that question. We don't need the button to figure out who did it. We already know who did it. On Monday morning, an anonymous note was slipped under my door. Why do we think Greg is a member of the circle? Can the us not be the circle? That's an interesting idea. Why were you lying to us, the circle? Hmm. He says stay away from us. I don't think you'd say stay away from the circle or I'll tell on you. Anna's question about how do we know Greg is in the circle? I thought we actually heard something about them having one upperclassman in it. I think we did hear that Greg was in it, but maybe we didn't. Maybe we're not sure. A new member of the circle who wishes to remain anonymous has put them in contact with a high-ranking official at the White House. That's going to be Alex. We might have just assumed Greg was in the circle because of Armstrong and figuring out that. But I don't know that we don't know he's in the circle, so I'm not sure how. I'm not sure how we could rule him out of being in the circle. Alex is going to be Kennedy. That's why I think maybe Matt was mad at her. And they've blacklisted Matt now, we think, instead of Greg. Greg completely innocent in all of this, huh? Now we don't even think Greg is a member of the circle? That makes me nervous. Here's the interview with Greg. I didn't really know him. She said they were just attending some secret meetings, but all sorts of rumors have been going around. Going to secret meetings is fine, but not when it starts to affect my relationship. This does sound like he's not even a member of the circle. Like, why would he mention secret meetings if he was a member of the circle? Okay, and he does have a reason why he was there. He left his jacket there. Can anyone confirm this? No. Okay, so what if Greg is not a member of the circle? Then that for sure. There's also no sign that he knows about the cheating, right? And in fact, hold on. There's a voicemail from him where he says he wants to work it out with Henry. That would seem to rule him out as the writer of the note. Right? The voicemails. I'm going to listen. Oh, let's just look at the transcript. We can see dates. Okay, so October 17th, this is the day of the murder. Hey, look, the day of the murder. The day of the murder. He says you were seen with Katrina. The rumors are becoming an issue. I think we can sort this out calmly. We need to talk. There you go. Whoever left this note left it on Monday to tell Caro about Henry cheating. But here is Greg calmly saying, we got to work this out. So clearly Greg did not write the note. And it seems like Anna was right to keep reminding us, why did we even keep thinking he was a member? But I think maybe we didn't realize from the audio that this note, this message from Greg happens on the day of the death. There's no way he leaves this note. There's no way he leaves this voicemail, and he's the one 2 days ago who got kicked out of the club by giving Caroline this message. All right, so we're ready to solve it. We're ready to solve it. Okay. So let us look at the questions and make sure, see if we're all on the same page. So obviously we know the answer to who killed him. That's going to be Matt Radley. But now I want to make sure we understand the rest of this stuff. What was the motive for the murder? And you know what? In fact, let's start at the bottom, because those last two are a little iffy. But what was the evidence that exonerates the other suspects? We have 4 suspects remaining. Here they are. We've eliminated Alex because she's left-handed and also because of the pen. We've eliminated Kareem because he's left-handed, we've deduced. But also because we think the killer is the one who wrote the note. Nothing suggests, that means they have to be in the circle. Nothing suggests Kareem is in the circle. We're eliminating Greg because he's not a sophomore. And we think he's not in the circle. That leaves us with just Matt. Now, who wrote the anonymous note and why? So we're saying that Matt wrote it. And we're saying he was trying to break up the relationship with Caroline. In anger? I mean, it doesn't make that much logical sense. That he thinks that's going to do. What does he think that's going to accomplish? If our theory is he's mad at him for lying about not being his brother, which already is problematic, I can see why he wants this threat. I can see why he's trying to threaten Henry, like, stay away from my family or I'll tell Caro. But actually telling Caro, I guess he just wants to hurt him. And what is the snitch comment about? So that's the setup. That's the setup. He's called the police pretending to be Henry. He's framing Alex. That's what he's doing. I think Alex is Kennedy and Alex got him kicked out of the circle. And I think what's happening is he's left the word snitch and called to the cops saying he wants to report on the group and wants them to investigate the group because he's been kicked out and favored by Alex's family. So I think the answer to the snitch code is the same answer to the planting of socks in Alex. He's trying to frame members of the circle, especially Alex. That's the answer to why write the coded message. But the motive has to be to get rid of this jealous brother. And there seems to be a little bit of a debate in the chat about that. Snitch could mean both. A red herring to police indicating the circle's revenge, but also true. Henry ratted him out to the circle and they kicked Matt out. Yeah, that's a little confusing there. John says, I think it's just a rage feedback loop Map gets caught in. Start is just anger over feeling being lied to, jealousy, anger over being kicked out. Just builds him out. That's a good idea, but it is problematic. I mean, think about this for a second. It is problematic to say that the snitch is both the truth and a pointing the police in a direction, because if you write snitch and you kill the person that snitched on you, you're implicating yourself. So when he wrote snitch, and he called the police pretending to be Henry, wouldn't that implicate him? Maybe he figures because he's out of the circle, he's not implicated anymore. Nelson says, I actually think this is the motive for the murder, being kicked out of the circle due to Henry snitching him. Maybe we're making a wrong assumption that he knew he had been kicked out. Did the secret meeting happen so close to the murder no one had told him yet? The snitch is a red herring. Don't get hung up on this. Well, what's your answer? Why was the coded message left? What's your answer, Anna? My gut tells me it was left to distract, but the fact that it's written in code and that he really might be angry at him for snitching disagrees with that. So that's quite confusing. But you can't just say it's a red herring. That's not an answer. You have to have an explanation. Is it meant to mislead, or is it because he really is angry at him for snitching? So now you guys all think it was meant to mislead? That was my gut reaction, that he's framed the circle. He's tried to get them interested in the circle. Maybe now that he's out of it, it seems to implicate him quite a bit. Anna says, coded message. Why isn't this? I guess that's what I want. Coded message to indicate the circle. You're not really answering my question. You think it's to direct police to think it's the circle, and he thinks that's not going to implicate him? It's just there's only one person snitched on, so it's a very bad plan, right? Like, if you're trying to send the police to investigate the circle and the note you leave is snitch. Okay, maybe, yeah, okay. Henry was about to snitch on the circle, so they killed him. Yes. I think that's right. Okay, I like that. That was my initial thing, but now I think that makes more sense. Okay, so let me see if I can phrase it better. In Matt's mind, no one snitched on him about the note. This note wasn't a snitch action that discovered he wrote this note. They've just the circle got together, figured out whose handwriting it was, and expelled him. So writing snitch doesn't implicate him. But the phone call to the police, he pretends very clearly that I'm about to snitch on the circle and they're going to kill me for it. And he's been kicked out by then. So he thinks nothing's pointing towards me now. I wasn't involved in the snitching. I was already kicked out of the circle. My name isn't mentioned by the caller. Okay. So the snitch was deliberately pointing the finger at the active circle and deliberately pointing the finger away from Matt. Okay, I'm very happy with that. That means the only thing we're not 100% sure on is how to wrap our heads around the motive, but are we all in agreement that it's basically that he's upset that Henry is the son getting more attention from the father and he wanted Henry to leave? Is that right? Are we all on that? He wanted Henry to get away from his father. Are we all in basic agreement about that? We don't quite understand the wording of that note, but he clearly did not want Henry interfering with his relationship with his father. He wanted him out of that family. Probably a little bit jealous that he's getting all the attention. He's getting the political position. He got the watch. Henry would be the firstborn oldest son. Now Henry's coming in. Maybe that English translation is a little odd about how long were you going to keep lying? Maybe he really means he doesn't believe him. Note, we are changing what some of you said before about Henry wanting revenge. About Matt wanting revenge for being kicked out of the circle. I don't think we believe that anymore. Do some of you still believe that? Now I'm thinking that Matt doesn't blame Henry for getting kicked out of the circle. I think it's Jonathan's thing about just rage anger. I don't think he really does think Henry got him snitched out of the circle. I think he just went out of control and got himself kicked out of the circle. In fact, I think to add extra proof to that, and this is partly why he framed Alex, if you look at this, it says explicitly, handwriting analysis led member Kennedy to identify. So there's no mention here that Henry Gandalf tried to blame Matt. It just, the group found it. Okay. So it sounds like everyone's ready. Here we go. Here we go. Matt Radley. Nothing else we need to search for. We still don't know what the button is about. There's no writing on that button, right? All right, I'm sure it's going to turn out that there was some photo of that button, maybe on Matt's stuff that we missed. All right, here we go. Is that how you spell his name? Maybe his yearbook photo has a button. Matt Radley. Okay, no yearbook photo button. It could have been a button from Alex to Framer anyway, but here we go. Matt Radley.
If you think we have enough
If you think we have enough evidence to charge Matt, let's bring him in for questioning to see what he has to say. All right, bring him in for questioning. I like how this is not, it's not quite over yet. All right, here we go. What happened? What happened? What on earth happened? That was pretty weird.
If you think we have enough evidence to charge Matt, let's bring him in for questioning to see what he has to say.
Oh, I could continue instead of the button.
Hello, Mr. Radley. Do you know why we're at the police station today?
You have further questions?
Not exactly. We know you killed Henry Coleman.
What? It wasn't me. Alex killed him. I'm sure of it. Did you go investigate her?
No, Matt. We know it wasn't Alex. You tried to make us believe just as much, but it didn't work. It was all quite well executed, but you slipped up. It was your call to the police that did it for you. Because you see, Henry was allergic to xylitol, an ingredient you find in chewing gum. He couldn't eat them. Unfortunately for you, you didn't know. Because we heard you chewing gum on the phone. That tipped us off. We knew it couldn't be him. You called the police to make it seem like Henry was about to reveal Alex's secret, her sword of Damocles. You left that snitch message we had to decrypt, the one to make it seem like she wanted to silence him.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Come on, Matt. We know you'd had it in for Alex for some time, but being kicked out of the Copper Circle really didn't help matters, did it? So pinning a crime on her was the perfect solution. Not to mention that if you got rid of Henry and Alex, the White House internship would be yours. It was a win-win situation.
Influence peddling is a crime, isn't it? Especially when it relates to an official government program.
Of course it is. But that's not the purpose of this investigation. What we're interested in is what drove you to kill Henry.
I've got nothing to say here.
Come on. He began getting close to your dad. Was that it? He wanted to be the favorite son, and that drove you crazy. It would have driven anyone crazy.
No, he pretended to be my best friend for well over a fucking year. But then I realized he just used me to get close to my dad. That drives you insane.
I agree. What's more, you asked him to stay away, but he wouldn't listen.
Yeah, I warned him as soon as I saw the newspaper article. I was very clear. I told him to keep his distance.
Did you threaten him physically?
No, I never wanted it to get to that. To get back at him, I just wanted to screw up his relationship with Caro. I'd known he'd been cheating on her for a while, so he deserved it anyway. But somehow, Alex found out it had been me, and that's where it all went wrong. She kicked me out of the circle. That bitch.
So that's what made you crack.
No, what got me was seeing my dad's watch on Henry's wrist. I'd been waiting for that watch for years. It meant so much to him.
Do you think your dad was starting to prefer Henry over you?
No. I don't know. They only got back in touch a few months ago. I did years ago. He watched me grow up. We were put in pairs at the first aid course, and I had to check his pulse, and that's when I fucking saw it. My dad's watch on his wrist. I just lost it. I'd have killed him there and then if I could have.
But you didn't. You waited.
The bitterness only grew, so I had to confront him again, face to face. Kareem and Henry would always meet in secret at the boathouse. By stealing Kareem's clothes after the game, I knew I'd have more time alone with Henry. When I arrived and saw him waiting alone, looking at the watch, that watch, which was rightly mine, I lost it. I saw red. I grabbed the first thing I could and I hit him with it. When I realized what I'd done and saw him moving on the floor still, I decided he needed to stop ruining my life once and for all. I still had the knife on me from the first aid course that I'd taken without realizing. When he started to get up, I stabbed him. It all happened so quick. I knew Alex had the perfect motive to kill Henry. A few days earlier, while rummaging around her suite, I found out that she'd unfairly been given the White House internship. And that Henry had known all along. If Henry had repeated the information, she would have had to say goodbye to her political career. I, therefore, needed to make it look like Alex and the Copper Circle were behind it all. It wouldn't be the first time for them after all.
Thank you. This has all been recorded, Matt Radley. We're officially charging you with the murder of Henry Coleman. It's over, Sam. Matt came clean.
We suspected it. He tried his best to pin it on Alex, but he just left too many traces. He could never accept that Henry was getting close to his father, Thomas Young. Matt met their father long before Henry, and seeing Henry swoop in and get the watch, well, that was the final straw. It drove him crazy. He saw Henry as a threat who was replacing him, despite having done everything to reconnect with his father years before. And when Alex kicked him out of the circle, it was just a cherry on the top. He seized the moment to get his revenge on her.
He thought he could manipulate everyone, but he became blinded by his own anger. Jealousy was ultimately his downfall, and now he'll have to pay the price.
Well played, Detective. The case is now closed, and Matt Radley will finally face justice. Raphael will be so thrilled to hear this. And seeing as you've handled this case so well, I'm sure she'll be in touch again soon to put you on yet another case.
A lot of people involved in this project. We have a creator, Emily. Game design, Emily. Basically, Emily Bernier O'Donnell. And a whole other team here. Okay, let's give feedback later. So we want to talk about, I want to look at some of the hints. We basically got it right. A couple of oddities here. First of all, the gum out. First of all, we picked up that it was a staged phone call. But apparently there was some other information that we should have been able to conclude that Henry couldn't have been the one making the call because he was chewing sugar-free gum and he had an allergy. And it sounds like there was evidence of that we missed. Was it perhaps Alex telling us? Did Alex tell us that that's how they met? And we didn't pay attention to that? How are we supposed to know that he was allergic to gum? Does she tell us that that's how they met? Sister, they go to Milton. How are we supposed to know that he was allergic to xylitol? Is it just from the crossword? Is it because there would be no other word that would fit in there? Nelson says the answer to the rash was gum. Yes, except that there was no, I swear it wasn't noticeable. So the question is it because there's nothing else that could fit in here? No other three-letter word ending in M? So that's how, if we had bothered to fill this out, we would know? I mean, you might logically think that we would know this answer if we read it somewhere. But the question is, are you claiming that it's only because the only thing that could have fit in here would be gum, and therefore that's the only way we could have concluded he was allergic to gum, even though that's a weird thing, and we're told now that he was allergic to the sugar-free gum. And Jonathan has a very good point. He says ham would fit too. So that can't quite be the proper answer, that only gum would be fit there. So it should be that somewhere in one of our documents, we're told that, but Nelson disagrees. But I think somewhere in one of our documents, we have to be told that he's allergic to gum. But I don't remember reading it, but it's possible we overlooked it. The other thing that was odd about the solution was mentioning that he discovered Alex had gotten the internship. It feels a little odd. There was something about him coming into his room notebook that Henry was afraid of, but this solution didn't quite wrap it up. It feels like the solution didn't quite mesh with all of the evidence. Close enough, though, and we did get everything right, but it is odd that it didn't sort of explain to us explicitly who wrote the note and all that. I wonder if we might look at the hints, but I suppose before we do all that, we really do need to give ourselves a little bit of a pat on the back and some celebration. We did solve the case quite handily. We were right about all the important stuff. We were right about him trying to frame the circle and mislead people. We were right about him making the fake police call. We were right about him actually being driven to rage, jealousy about Henry and his father. So, well done to the group. We've probably spent 20 hours on this. All right, so what we're going to do properly, like we normally do, is, well, okay, let's take a look at the hints, then we'll take a break, and then we'll talk about the game. So let's stick around here for a second. Let's quickly look at some hints and see if we can't make some sense about the things we didn't know. So each box has their own hints. Crossword puzzle. Let's see if this tells us where the gum came from. Water feature. Okay. Did Henry have an allergy? Find out what it was. Henry had an allergic reaction to something. He may have sought medical help. Have you questioned the campus nurse? That's interesting. Okay, so what the game wanted you to do was notice that she said you got a rash, and then maybe from there, or just as a general matter, gone to look at the campus nurse and talk to Bridget O'Hara. We didn't even think about that. So let's see if she has anything else to say. If you were to think about talking to Bridget O'Hara, I wonder if there were other people look, should we have looked at this more seriously, this idea of talking to people? Like, might these people have stuff to tell us? Security psychologist? Nutrition services? We know someone went to the restaurant. Could we have found out more about that? I wonder if we really shouldn't have been talking to more people here. Let's just see quickly. Okay, so we had a whole audio of Bridget if we wanted to. Presumably, all she's going to tell us about the allergy. There you go. Severe allergy to xylitol. Okay. Let's just see something. I'm curious to see whether we could have asked about these let me see. Could we have seen security? This might be one of these things where it's our experience sort of hurt us. Maybe if you were a new player, you'd be like, well, let's ask about everyone. But we asked about one person that we shouldn't have, and it said, who's that? And then we stopped. So if we had talked to campus security, no. What about the restaurant where we heard people went to? Karen Tanner. No. This is what we did and we stopped. As soon as we did one and we got the wrong answer, we figured that we were going to hear about someone before we check on them. All right, so most of the people here, Oliver Kaufman, most of the people here, there's nothing to look up, but the nurse was the only place to, it seems a little wrong. Seems like if you wanted us to randomly go to these people, like if you wanted this clue to make us go to the nurse, you would have had to have more, you would have had to have these be like Sherlock Holmes allies, where each of them gave us one sentence. The fact that most people say, why are you trying to talk to that person, is what turned us off from bothering with the rest of them. A little tricky because it's like many things. Let me explain a little bit to a designer of a, well, you know what? Let's take our break. We'll come back. After the break, we'll talk about the game. I'll talk about why that's a bad puzzle. We'll talk about what we thought of the overall game in 8 minutes. I'll see you in 8 minutes. I hope you will stick around if you've joined me so far for all of this. I know it's getting a little late, but let's stick around and talk about this game. There's a lot to talk about. I'll see you in 8 minutes for our discussion of Detective Box Woodlock University. We are back to give our final thoughts and discuss the experience playing Detective Box Woodlock University. Lots of comments from the chat, but let me try to give some initial thoughts first. I think you might get the you might get a misimpression by watching some of our discussions complaining or getting frustrated. You might get the misimpression that we didn't have a great time. But I think the bottom line for this is an exceptionally well done long form case. One of the best we've ever played. This is really a phenomenal production. Doing some things we haven't seen before, but a very rich, deep, long, serious case that created lots of good discussion, lots of debate, and if not major aha moments, a whole bunch of ones that really required us to really chew into details in order to make sense out of everything. And whatever the qualms were over the course of this game, we had some complaints about some puzzles, some complaints about website stuff, and some maybe a little bit of complaints about some details about the ending and the questions and stuff. But even taking into consideration all of that, this is really a phenomenally well done set here. I would love to play more cases from this. I love the difficulty level. I love that they've tried really new stuff here. The multimedia, the audio and the video was fantastic. Really good stuff. Overall, very, very good. Everyone involved in this should be very proud. Doesn't mean we don't have suggestions and ways it could be improved, and some of which are important that designers should reconcile, should come to terms with. But boy, was this an enjoyable case to get into. It's another one of these small cast of characters where you meet people over and over again, where people are talking about each other, where there are subtle little details all over the place. We had lots of handwriting to look at. Really well done. Okay, let's look at the chat, then we'll talk about some of the issues that could use some improvement. All right, so Anna says, the nurse clue was a step too far. It wouldn't have occurred to me to go to the campus nurse because of Mild Rush. Well, let's wait till we complain about the puzzles to talk about that. Jonathan says, overall, pretty enjoyable game. Led to a lot of good discussion. Teamwork, online part is interesting. I think it makes things a bit too open-ended. Hard to think of what all bases you need to cover. I think that it was really interesting how you could ask to talk to people, but how you could search places for certain things. That was a little weird. We used it a couple times. We used it searching for the murder weapon and searching for the photographs. It worked reasonably well. A little odd, but I applaud them for trying something new there. There were several fun false trails we went down, like Armstrong being Greg and MK being Armstrong, but I don't think those were necessarily intentional. I think the Armstrong one was intentional. I think that was a very clever little misdirection. And I do think they meant for us to think that Greg wrote that note, which was pretty cool. Case was good. Some reason it did not click on me too much. Okay, put off by a few glitches. The part with the ink test needed clearer instructions. I do think the solution is a little hard to believe. I don't think it makes a lot of sense to try and claim the crime was not premeditated. I agree. There's something about there was something missing about the real motive here. It didn't quite make sense. Nelson says, I think it was a fantastic, captivating story. Kept our attention for 4 out of 5 long streams. I agree with that. It's very challenging to playtest such a long game in the required detail. There were some bad puzzles, but we were curious that we just kept going. Lots of questions, generous with game materials, fleshed out characters as well. Sometimes it wasn't the game's fault we got stuck. I'd recommend this game for an experienced group. I do think this is a game for an experienced group. Jesse always says this, but the group really did add a lot. I I agree. I know I did a lot of bickering, complaining in the channel, which happens when we get overloaded. When we hit our cognitive overload, I start blaming and yelling at the chat. But this would have been a totally different experience to try to play it as a single player. Nelson says, I think the solution was a bit off, but I don't regret playing. The double encryption with one of the ciphers. So again, good, but no fall. Don't fall in love. Okay, I thought this was really well done and sophisticated. I also think figuring out Matt was Henry's half-brother was a major aha moment. Everything clicked in place after that. Except if you are one of us who don't think that the final solution motive makes that much sense. Okay, let's talk a little bit about some criticisms here. I've already said how much I love this game, but let's talk a couple of criticisms. Starting backwards, the nurse. So it's actually one of the areas where this game tries something that almost no other game like this tries, which is it's a little bit of like a computer game in that we can specify anyone's name to talk to, and there's so many names that you're not going to put them all in. This is a genuinely useful thing to have a computer do that you can't do on paper or not easily. And I think the most important thing perhaps to say about the phone call is we really didn't need the nurse hint. We didn't need the gum allergy. We already figured out it was a staged phone call. So you don't need the nurse. You don't need the allergy to gum. It talked about it in the solution, but we came to a conclusion that it was fake anyway. And part of the reason we came to that conclusion is because the voice acting was good. The voice acting made it clear that guy seemed like he wasn't bothered by any of this. On the other hand, you could make the case that Jonathan was making, which is we're told that this was a crime of passion, but then he got on the phone 60 seconds later, calm as a cucumber, to report this fake thing. That didn't really make sense. So there's a little bit of a disconnect there from how it tells us the murder went down. And then that phone call is a premeditated phone call by someone who has carefully planned out this murder. And he's got the weapon by accident. Like, that solution didn't quite click. But okay, enough of it did. So I guess that's more of a complaint about the solution. But getting back to the nurse thing for a second, let me explain the problematic nature of if you wanted the players, like if that xylitol allergy was a key clue, then the game designers made a little bit of a mistake. And part of that mistake is this. To go from that little crossword clue about how he had an allergy, Anna said, I would never go to a nurse for that. I agree. I wouldn't go to a nurse for that too. But the problem is that if we were playing this game, we did play this game. If one of you said, hey, let's go to every person here and see if maybe one of them holds a clue for us, I would have said no. I would have said, no, we're not just going to go to all these people on the 1% chance they have something useful to say, because we're more likely than not to stumble onto information that we shouldn't have because we've just randomly gone places. It would be like in Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective if you just started going to all the blocks in a neighborhood. You're more likely than not to get information prematurely that you're not supposed to get. So when we play these games, we normally have a general approach, which is you don't just randomly try places. You go to a place only when you have some pointer that says, yes, you should logically go to that. So the problem with this game is that there wasn't enough suggesting that we should go to a nurse, that those people who ended up going to the nurse would be the people who went to all of these places. And if you want us to go to all of these places, you have to communicate that to us, either by having them all tell us a little bit of something, or having somewhere in the game suggest that we should just go to all these places, or in the crossword puzzle, have her say you went to Nurse Bridget. Then we should think, oh, okay, Nurse Bridget has been mentioned. Now we should follow up on that. So I think you could have fixed it by having in the crossword puzzle more of a mention of him going to the nurse, or you could have told us, communicated somehow that we should go to all these places. And probably you shouldn't have, when we put in 90% of them, it shouldn't just say, why are you trying to go to someone that's not connected to the case? So that was the nurse thing. Some small things, if you're the designer of this game. There was a phone number on the gum wrapper. It was an international phone number, and when you called it, you just got told it was the Woodlock police. Now, we concluded we probably wouldn't have to call it, but we went through some trouble trying to call it. It was a pain. In 5 years, you may not want to keep paying to lease that phone number. You've got an online portal. This is the easiest thing in the world. Put a little tab there to make a in-game call. Then the person doesn't have to make a real phone call. Or just put that's the number of the police. Put that in some document. We had got all these police reports. You could have just put that was the line to call the police. There's no reason to force everyone who plays your game to make an international phone call if they play it outside of England, or any phone call. Okay, that was that. The pens you saw were a big expensive gimmick for something pretty trivially related to our game, and very difficult to make work. And if you really did want us to do it because you like the fun of having some new thing, we haven't seen that chromatographic thing, then you should have explained how to do it. It was a weird enough, counterintuitive, fragile enough procedure that you needed to have some instructions there about how to do that. We had two other puzzles that I would consider, well, two and a half that I would consider bad. This is not a bad puzzle, but this was an example of something that took way longer, that it way overstayed its welcome. And we've seen these strips of paper that you reassemble before in lots of games, but the material that was used to make these was so hard to get to lay straight that it was a 60-second, 10-second task to figure out what to do, 10-second task to figure out how to line these up, and then a 30-minute task to try to get them to lay flat enough that we could assemble them. That was not fun. And that's just due to a choice of materials. Maybe that's hard to anticipate. The puzzle that was really unfair here was the double cipher message. It was encrypted using a very esoteric cipher, the Knights Templar cipher, and then it had a Vingray cipher on top of it, which made it impossible to deductively reason about the Knights Templar cipher. I always worry that we're going to encounter one of these double ciphered messages in a game. Luckily, we haven't until now, but here we have that. There is no point in that. That is totally a bad judgment call. It's bad judgment to use Knights Templar when there's no reference to it. In fact, we had a clear reference that Woodlock liked this other guy who liked a different cipher. So it was a very weird situation. It's a game that makes no other real use of outside knowledge except for the chromatographic stuff and the Knights Templar. And it's not something that can really be searched for because you're dealing with these images. So it's not like you can search for a cipher that uses only the letters A through F. There's just nothing to search for. So, and then the double encryption, that's just crazy. It makes it so that one small mistake breaks everything. Very poor decision making to use that as a code. The last puzzle I want to complain about is part and parcel of a slightly bigger problem with the website. And I do want to spend a moment explaining to designers why that's such a bad puzzle. So allow me to take a minute to talk about why that puzzle was bad. So we found these knives. I'm speaking to the designers of these kinds of games. Yeah, we found these knives. And the question to pass through the box, the question that the game asks us is, which of these knives is our murder weapon? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 knives. We were smart enough to go to the autopsy and figure out, okay, it said the skin was cut with an irregular thing and it had depth of 3 to 7 centimeters, something like that. So we said, okay, can't be this knife, can't be this knife. These don't have serrated blades. Does this have a serrated blade? I can't really tell. If it didn't, we could rule it out and just come down to these two. If it does have a serrated, maybe we'd have to consider this. Then we said 3 to 7 centimeters. Well, okay, so it can't be this one. Now we're left with 2 knives. And I guess we had a different picture of that knife somewhere where you could see more clearly the pattern. Okay, so the puzzle that you were meant to solve, was that at the second box, when they did a closer look at the graffiti, they found a close-up on one of these graffiti things that looked like this. Doesn't say anything about this. It just shows us a zoom in here. We looked at this. This was odd, but we didn't know what to make of it. And what you're supposed to notice is that this little pattern here on this knife matches this. That's how you know it's this knife. Now leave aside, how on earth that knife gets positioned to do this. I mean, think about that for a second. Physically, how are you holding this knife so that this pattern here gets here? Think about that for a second. Think about logically. You're spray painting. You've spray painted through these holes to create this. Where is the knife being held at this point to do that? You tell me. Is there a way to do that? What are you doing? Are you holding the knife so that it's just at its edge here and you're not spraying anywhere else? Okay, but that doesn't even matter. The real flaw in this puzzle is not having the players have to figure out that this pattern matches this pattern. It's not even that what should be done here is someone should be commenting about how there's this weird thing here. Okay, the real flaw, the super flaw here is that the game asks us to proceed to solve this box, identify which knife was used. And based on the serrated edge and the depth, we had 2 knives to choose from. And we looked and we said, oh, okay, you're telling us the depth of 7 to 10 centimeters. That looks like about 7. This looks a little longer. Did it go in all the way? Did it not? So we guessed, okay, probably this one. It's probably violent. They stabbed it in and went in all the way. 7 centimeters, close enough. We picked this one and it said wrong. So we said, okay, it must be this one. And so then we picked this one and it said right, proceed to the next box. We didn't see this. We didn't make the connection. The real flaw here was we had two choices. So even the groups that guessed right could very well never have noticed this. You cannot make puzzles like this. You cannot make 50% guess puzzles. That is not how puzzles work. You cannot create a key puzzle of a game where you ask the player to make a choice between A and B, and when they guess right, you just say, okay, good work, you figured it out, because you haven't figured it out. You've just gotten 50% lucky. Or in this case, you guess wrong and it says try again. That is a terrible design. If you want us to figure out that this is the knife, if you want to challenge us with a tough deduction and you go to all the trouble of making a puzzle where we have to notice this, then you should make it a little bit, you should make the evidence a little bit better, drawing our attention or explaining this. But most importantly, you have to make it so you can't get it right with a 50% guess. How could you solve that? You could solve it a whole bunch of ways. You could have a lot more knives and not tell us anything about the serration or the depth of the wound. Then at least we got 5 to choose from. And as soon as we knew we had 5 to choose from, we would think about it much harder. If this is all we had, if we didn't have the serration, we didn't have the depth, then we wouldn't just guess. We wouldn't make a 1 in 5 guess. We'd say, well, there has to be a way to narrow this down. And that's the way the puzzle should have been designed. But you could have done it. You could also do it differently. You could say, don't just pick the knife, but say why. Pick the knife or say what 2 pieces of evidence prove that it's the knife. Prove that it's the knife, not just guess which knife. Then we could have had to say, well, how do we prove that this is the knife? How can we prove this is a knife? What 2 pieces of evidence prove it? But if it was this, then we could say, okay, it's got to be this one document that proved this was a knife. That would have been a fair puzzle. All right, so that's just an indication. But part of that complaint has to do with the website. We got to several places where the game seemed to ask us to enter something that did not fully, should not have been proof that we understood something. And there were a couple places that the website did that, and there was even a place where we had to put the witnesses, the suspects that were still left, we had to put all of them one by one into it. It gave us weird feedback, so we were like, well, you could put this person on or put this person off, and we were sort of just flailing around a little bit, and I don't think there was any good way to not flail around. So there was a bunch of things on the website that worked like that. This little end game was a little weird too. At least it said, hey, make sure you understand these things. But it was a little odd that it didn't ask us to answer those things. And I think if you're going through all the trouble to make this website, it seems to me like you might as well have it ask us these and choose from multiple choice. Like, who wrote the note? Ask it, make us put this name in. But I can live with this. This is not a deal breaker, but a little odd that it happened over and over again, that the game was questioning us to do things that didn't feel like it was really asking us to prove what we knew, and some of them felt like they could be guesses. There were also a couple of boxes that are like, list the suspects, the current suspects, and we had to manually type in the names of the 4 suspects. That feels like that should be done differently. And that's one of those cases where what we commonly see is something that says, okay, at the end of this box, who is the one person? Here's the list. Who's the one person who you can now rule out, and maybe why. I think that would have been a better decision for this. Instead of asking us twice to write down the full list of suspects, it should have just let us check the people that are suspects, and then on the next box it should say, who's the one person you can eliminate? Something like that. Or who's the one person you want to add? or at least a multiple choice, instead of making us type in their names. Very error prone. All right, so you've sat with me while I've complained for a bit. The multimedia was good despite our boss intensity. I liked it quite a bit. I guess they should say it was premeditated murder and everything else makes sense. I don't think everything else quite makes sense. It should be premeditated murder, and there should be a better explanation for why Matt wants Henry dead. That idea that he's reconnected with his father, his best friend, I think it's much more likely with human psychology. Like, I don't mean a little bit more likely, but like 99% more likely that if the best friends discover their brothers, they'd be very happy. It would be fun. It certainly wouldn't lead you to kill someone. So I think there needed to be a better explanation. And it wouldn't have been that hard to do, because actually the pacing of this, where we got access to the Facebook account at the last box, was very clever, great pacing. And so in the case here, when we stumbled onto the Facebook page and we discovered mother and father, like, that was a kind of an aha moment, complete reveal that gave us his motive. It wasn't very believable. But I think what you could do is you could come up with a different reason why he would be so angry and want to kill Henry. What if it's just not his father's attention that he was vying for? In this case, it was this watch, this expensive watch. It just doesn't quite work. It's not really believable. But what if it turns out that Henry is the real son and Matt is not the real son, and he's going to lose all his inheritance and everything? Then that little reveal becomes much more, maybe you really want to kill this guy. Or maybe what if Henry discovered that Matt wasn't the real son, or maybe Henry discovered something about Matt, or something became clear to Matt that Henry was doing that was going to hurt Matt. But discovering them that they're brothers and they're going to have to compete for their father's attention, that doesn't really psychologically work for me. Unless they were frenemy kind of best friends who were secretly competing with each other and everything. Imagine Matt double encrypting Snitch in the heat of the moment. That's a good one. I didn't even think about that. If you buy the idea that it was a heat of the moment, non-planned thing, then it had to be double encrypted. Okay, pretty weird. Yeah, but I think you needed a little better psychological motive for Matt to kill Henry. You could imagine if you really wanted to go with the heat of the moment, maybe they got in a fight and he accidentally kills him. Still, even with all the complaints, a very good game. All right, does anyone else have anything else to add before we... What's going on here? Before we wrap up this session, thank you all for your patience during the technical glitches, during 5 sessions, during some complaining. There were lots of confusing things here, especially at the end with the distinguishing between who wrote the note and who killed it and worrying about that. You guys showed some real patience and stamina. And it says, all in all, good experience, great teamwork. Thank you very much. See you next time. Anyone else have any final comments they want to talk about? There is another game from this company that hasn't yet been translated into English. If they do translate it, we will play it. Absolutely. I would have liked to see at the end, there was a nice long discussion, interview, interrogation with the killer. I thought that was very well done. All the voice acting and everything was great. We had such fun making fun of this intense agent, Samantha. I would have liked to have her give us a little closeout. Like we heard that interview all in audio as an interview. She was there, so we did get to hear from her. But I wouldn't have minded a little epilogue with just her telling us how good a job we did. But I hope we see her again in the next case. I mean, I'm starting to grow some fondness for that intense woman. Maybe she'll be our next suspect. Maybe she will have gone off the deep end. This guy, he didn't do that much for us. He's just like, let me just give you the password to log into my computer. I got other things to do. Lauren was reasonable. Lauren was reasonable. She did reasonable interviews. Did we want to look at hints for a different box? What were the hints we were thinking of looking at? Do you remember? This system of filtering was pretty damn good. The only thing that would be nicer, it wouldn't be easy, but if you wanted to capitalize on having this kind of portal, what would have been nice would be if we could search through all the transcripts for anyone mentioning gum or anyone mentioning Matt. Like that would have been nice. Let me see. Identify the alias. We already did that. Locate the murder weapon. Find out who Henry was meeting. Find out where the postcard. We did that. This is the Texas license plate, cowboy logo. We did see cowboy, but we didn't worry about Dallas. All right, this was fine. All right, the hints were mostly good. I do think they would have been better off giving us the chromatography reports here, and there was something else I wanted in the hints. Well, most of these hints are quite generous and very in stage, so we don't read stuff we don't have to. Made an error by tagging the crime scene. All right. There was some clever stuff. One of the hints for the double encryption. Okay, maybe we can look at that. So there's an interesting thing that happens when you get robbed of being able to figure something out that's clever. And that happened to us once a little bit. There was a very clever clue about figuring out that everyone went to the boathouse once. And so the people who went to the emergency meeting couldn't have been in there to kill him, couldn't have been there a different time. And I think that they stepped on that a little by telling us that there was some extra ID that didn't get scanned. So we always had to wonder, could someone have gone in there twice with a different, and their ID didn't scan? And then did someone have to have the code to go in there? If two people went in there, would one of them not have their thing scanned? So they stepped on that puzzle a little bit. It was a very clever puzzle. And I think in our case, the way we solved it, we needed to take a hint for that. I think we might have guessed, and then when we ran out or we didn't know how to justify our answer, we took a hint. And the hint did say, look at the emergency meeting, and then it clicked immediately. But I would have loved if there was a little more better way for us to have thought of that ourselves. Either that's a hit on ourselves, or we needed a little bit more. If no play testers are thinking to do that. I think you might have had to close off a couple of the loopholes, though, to get us to think about that. Okay, so here's the box 1 hints. Determine what the key is for. Drop a list of suspects. Was this the one? Yeah, here were the portraits. Okay, let's see. Here were the hints about the cipher. Mentioned that Henry was obsessed with portraits of Charles Woodlock. We should probably take a look at them. All right, we figured that out. We figured out to search in 2 rooms for them. That was very cool. Maybe the internet could help decipher those symbols. Didn't the North Gazette mention something about Charles Woodlock belonging to the Knights Templar? It did mention that Woodlock liked one guy and he wrote a different cipher. He might have belonged to the Knights Templar. But look, here's your clue. If you're the author, when you find yourself writing this hint, maybe the internet could help decipher those symbols. There's your sign that you haven't done this puzzle right. That's not what a hint should be. So that was a mistake. It would have been much better to have us discover the code to the Knights Templar in some document in the game. Even if we had, you shouldn't be doing this double cipher. But if you had at least given us the Knights Templar cipher somewhere, then we could have put 2 and 2 together and say, okay, it's a double encryption. You just had to have in someone's notebook the Knights Templar cipher. Even if it was written down, then at least we would have been able to know what to search for. This seems to suggest we should have just gone on a chat group and said, someone tell me the answer to this. Let's see if we look ahead. This website may be able to help you. Yeah. All right, I've already complained about why that's ridiculous. You can't even search for it. You just have to know that there's a Knights Templar cipher. And then it says, oh, when you've decoded to the Knights Templar, you get this. See, that's the other problem. Like even if you guess it's Knights Templar, which we did, you get this nonsense, which is easy to make a mistake. It was also that the Knights Templar is symmetric, so there were different ways it could decode. Poor choice. And that's the Vingenaire square. We need a keyword. We had a black light. Unnecessary, but okay. And then telling us how to decode. All right. If that's it, we're going to sign out here. All right. Thank you for joining me. As always, a very fun experience. 5 sessions. I love these long games. I love having a group to play them with. Despite all our criticisms, a very special game. Very few of these really long form good games, and very few of them as good as this. Would love to play another. Congratulations to the designer of this. Maybe she'll see our comments and think about those subjective opinions about what makes a good puzzle, what makes good use of a cipher. Don't forget, I did write an essay on proper use of ciphers in mystery games. It's on Board Game Geek in the Co-op for 2 Guild. Thank you to Stacy for sending this to us. Thank you for everyone who joined me for this. I'll see some of you tomorrow, which is tonight, this afternoon, in, I guess, 9 hours for our finale of Dear Holmes. Gives me just enough time to get a little bit of sleep before we find out the solution to a very perplexing case. Gives you enough time to catch up on those back episodes of Dear Holmes if you want to join me. I'll see you on the next video.